Part 2. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel. Chapter 16. The Writ. The queue at the traffic counter ran back to the pillar and moved at the pace of a counter that had been asked to do 2 jobs since the forenoon. The woman 2 ahead of Corrigan had a demurrage notice she wanted read to her twice, and got it read to her twice, and went off down the floor working it out on her fingers. Chair. Morning. You'll be after the one that came in the night. The relay clerk had the press going behind her and put a hand back into it without looking. It's through the book. I ran it at the 4th hour because a certified copy goes to the panel whether you're stood in my queue or not, and then I sat down for 10 minutes. First 10 I've had since the year turned. What did you do with them? Nothing. That was the point of them. It came off her press in 4 sheets, with the corner still warm, the relay's seal across the head, and the hour of receipt inked under it in her own hand. Corrigan paid for it at the counter, like the woman with the demurrage notice, and took it to the rail rather than the stair, because a man reading on a stair gets asked what he is reading. 9 names down the foot. Against 2 of them, a block of smaller print. The store's stair out of the relay heart still had the hooks in the ceiling over it from when that gallery had been stores, and Corrigan went up it with the sheets folded back on themselves at the 2nd page. A clerk out of the administrator's office had set 9 chairs at the table on the platform, because there are 9 parties to the compact, and he had been told to set the table for the parties to the compact. 6 of them had somebody in them. A body sat second from the near end with his folio shut on his knee and his coat still on. The clerk came along the front with his arms out for the 3 empties, and had got a hand on the first of them when Cade said from the floor of the room, without lifting her voice, "Leave them." "They're only going against the wall, Administrator." "Leave them where they are." The clerk put the chair back on its marks and went off along the platform, and the 3 of them stayed there for the rest of the morning with nobody in them. A body caught Corrigan's eye and put 2 fingers up off the folio, and Corrigan came along the front of the platform to him. "Before you ask me in front of somebody, my government has not attached anything to its countersignature. You've a committee paper that says..." "I've a committee paper that says what it says, and it is on the boards where I put it, and it is about recognizing a status this station has not yet invented. It is not attached to this, and I would not have signed it if it were." A body opened the folio and shut it again. 2 of the 9 have entered reservations and would not sit. Mine sat. "That's the first thing today I can use." "Then don't," a body said, "not with my name on it." The reading took 20 minutes and was done by a clerk of the warden's office, who had been asked because everybody could agree she worked for nobody in the room. 23 environmental sectors, each one a volume the station could seal, each one returning a member. 6 seats reserved to the parties sitting. 29 in the chamber, and nothing carrying in it under 15. Reapportionment after the first census in terms nobody argued with because nobody yet knew which side of it they would be on. The warden's independence expressly outside the chamber's reach. In a sentence Halden had gone through 4 times and got 2 words out of. And, at the foot of the 4th page, the mechanics of the first election put into the hands of the civil administration, the halls, the roll, the counters, the clerks, because somebody has to hire a hall. Then Cade came up onto the platform with 1 page and a pen and signed it standing, at the end of the table, on a corner with an old stores tally scratched into it. 2 lines of it went to the room in her own voice, the poll on the 103rd. Nominations at the counter below, closing at the hour printed at the foot, and the hour was not going to move. "That's the writ," she said. "It's issued under the delegation, and it doesn't do anything the delegation didn't give it. There's a returning officer named in it, and she is not mine. Ask her anything you like, and don't ask me." The page went to the woman standing at the near end of the platform in a coat that had been walked in, and the woman took it and read it where she stood, all of it, in front of everybody, before she put it under her arm. Corrigan had a hand on the platform edge and the 4 warm sheets in the other. She had done it standing, with her weight on the wrong foot, no slower than she had signed the works order before it. That page ended the chair she had held since the founding, and she had not asked one person in the room to make it easier. Ilma Bren came down the side of the hall while the room was still standing about, and stopped in front of him with her coat over her arm, and she had come off a shift to be there. Chair. Delegate. I'll ask it here rather than have it asked adly in my own mess tonight. Bren did not drop her voice for it, and half the near end of the room turned round. That office has been putting correct paper in front of my people since before I had a seat. Now it's put out one that gives us a vote, and I'm being asked to be pleased. So tell me what's different about this one, and don't do it charmingly. Then I'll do it in the order it happened, and you can stop me on any of them. Corrigan put the sheets down on the platform edge with his hand flat on top. 1. 9 parties signed the compact, and the compact has had a procedure in it for amending itself since the founding. All 9 have countersigned an addendum under that procedure. 2 of them wrote reservations onto their own signatures and would not take a chair. A third has nobody living here to be governed and said so plainly, and that is the only answer any of the 9 gave that nobody has to be embarrassed about. That is the first act, and it is the one that carries the weight, and she could not have done it herself if she had wanted to. It is not hers. That's 1. 2. In that addendum, the 9 put the running of the election into the civil administration's hands, not the deciding of it, the hiring of the hall and the printing of the roll. 3. She has issued the writ under that. An office doing a thing it has been told to do by somebody with the standing to tell it. 4. The seats reserved to the parties and every reservation any of them entered are in the addendum and not in her writ, and she has not got a word to say about any of them. 5. The returning officer is named in the addendum and not by her, and she is not mine either, and if you go and stand in front of her this afternoon, you will find that out inside a minute. Bren had her head slightly over. And that's 5. That's 5, and I'll say the last part since you've come off a shift for it. The writ ends the office that issued it. There's no 103rd that leaves that chair standing, and whoever sits in it after will be sitting there because a chamber put them there. She wrote it out, and read it, and signed it at that corner 4 minutes ago. Bren looked at the platform for a while, and at the 3 chairs, and then put her coat over the other arm. "Right," she said. "I'll take that," and went back up the side of the hall and out. There had been nothing in her face when she came in, and there was nothing in it going out, and she had not thanked him for any of it. Nadir Oyeleran had come off the wall by the door and was waiting at the head of the stair, with his hands in his pockets. That was very good. It was accurate. It was accurate and it was very good, and there was a hall standing behind her. Oyeleran fell in beside him going down. For 2 years we have been arguing against one particular telling of this, and the telling is that the parties handed us a vote out of their own generosity. By the second bell tonight, somebody in 8B will be repeating your 5 things in that order with your name on them. You have just made the best case for it anybody's made. It's the truth. Nobody in that hall disputes a word of it. I'm not asking you to have said anything else. Oyeleran stopped 2 steps up from the floor, so that they were eye to eye, which he did on purpose and had done before. I'd just have liked one afternoon where the man they're going to look at wasn't standing under her paper explaining how sound it is. The chairs in the long room got turned round in the interval, and the roll session started at the 3rd bell with people standing at the back and along both walls. And the 6 who had sat at the table that morning had gone off to their own business, and 3 chairs stayed out at the front because nobody had been told they could move them. The returning officer took the platform on her own, with a numbered book, a box of seals, and no clerk at all for the first quarter of an hour, until one was found for her. I'll read the qualification once, in full, and then I'll read it again for anybody who missed it, and I'll go on doing that until nobody wants it. Her voice went to the back without any work. Any person aged 17 or over who has held their primary domicile on the Cairn in an environmental sector for at least one continuous station quarter, that is, 91 days, regardless of species, of which signatory party's citizenship they hold, and of whether their civil status is provisional. Somebody at the back said, "Say the last part again," and she said the last part again. There is a note under it in the instrument, and I'll read that too. The 17 is borrowed. It is the age at which a person on this station may sign ship's articles or hold a lease in their own name, and the parties took it from there and wrote it down as the age at which a person may vote. There is nothing older behind it. It was chosen this year by the people who put their names to that paper, and it is now the rule. The queue to be entered ran the length of the room and out onto the gallery. A woman 1/3 of the length of it back had a lease folder under her arm and had been standing an hour and put her hand up and was given the floor. 91 days is nothing. That's a quarter. A person can be here a quarter and not know which end of the ring the plant's at. That is the term in the instrument. I can enter your objection in my book, and I will tell you honestly that I cannot alter the term, and neither can anybody in this hall. It ought to be a year. Tell me why a year, and I'll put the reason in beside the objection. The woman moved the folder onto her other arm and took her time over it, and the queue behind her waited, and she was not being awkward. She had come with the thing and not with the reason for it. "A year's a year," she said. "You'd know by then. A quarter's nothing." The officer wrote the objection in her book and said that she had written it, and asked whether there was anything else in the qualification anybody wanted read out. The queue came up one place. The woman with the folder came up one place with it and let it go. And nobody in that hall, not the delegates along the wall, not the trade side, not Corrigan, sitting in the body of it with no standing there at all, got up to tell her she was wrong. Further down, a man in a plant coat wanted to know about his quarters being one side of a boundary and his shift the other. Domicile governs. You vote where you would be sealed in. That's 7C then, and I work 8A. Then you are 7C on my roll, and I am sorry, and it is still 7C. The 6C delegate came up to the table in her turn like everybody else, and gave her sector and the years she had held her quarters in it, and was entered, and went back to the wall. A man 3 places behind her put his hand up and asked, not unpleasantly and not quietly, whether that was right, given what she was. The returning officer read the qualification again from the top and got to regardless of species and did not put any extra on it and went to the end of the sentence and then called the next person up. There was a certain amount of noise along the back wall, and it went away by itself. Lote came through with Cray at the interval end of the queue, and gave her sector and her lease, and was entered in under a minute. and Cray got her elbows up on the table edge to see the book being written in. Am I on it? Give me your age, and don't do what the last 4 have done and put a year on it. 12. Then you are not on it, and you'll be on it at 17, and it has nothing whatever to do with your paper. It's the 17, and that's all it is. The officer turned the book a quarter so the child could see the line with her mother's name on it. That's the entry. Your mother's is a household of 2, and you're the 2. Can I come and watch on the 103rd? You can stand where you like, as long as you are not in my counter's road. She will be in your counter's road, Lote said. Then she will be moved, and she can come back afterwards. Captain Charing came in at the gallery door with a clerk behind him and did not join the queue, and did not go up onto the platform, and waited at the side of the table until the officer had finished her entry. I'll take 2 minutes, and I have not been asked for them, and I would rather give them before I am. Charing had the statement out already, 1 sheet, and put it face up on the table where she could read it as he said it. The garrison does not vote. My people are posted here on orders and quartered inside compact infrastructure. They hold no domicile in any environmental sector, and they will not be entered on any roll. If any of them come to you asking to be entered, they have been told, and they can be told again. Some of them have been here 2 years. Some of them have been here 2 years, and they are still posted, and posted is not domiciled. He put a finger on the sheet and moved it a little nearer her. That is my whole position, and there is not a second part to it. I'll enter it, and you can have my hand on the back of yours. Do that, Charing said, and waited while she did it, and took his copy and went. The trade side came through in a block, off the aprons and up the ramp with their coats still on, and Den came in with them and stopped short of the table, and it was one of the lighter hands who said it, out loud, to the platform. You'll want him on it. Put him on it. The front of the hall went quiet first, in patches, and the back of it took a while to catch up. Then I need a sector off him, and a term of domicile in it, the same as I have asked of everybody in this queue since the 3rd bell. The returning officer had her pen still down. I haven't got one. Den had come no nearer the table. There's a bed in the block off the throat side, and it's not a let, and it isn't anybody's sector. I've been on the station since the 6th, and that's not the quarter, and it wouldn't be the quarter by the 103rd if you gave me a lease tonight. So there's nothing here for anybody to argue about. That is the position, and I would have had to say it to you, and I am glad not to have had to. There's a second thing on my record, Den said. You won't have to read that out either. The officer put the pen down at that. I have been a fortnight on this station, and I have walked all 23 sectors, and I do not know one face in this hall. So here is what I can give you. There is no line in that qualification I could bend for you if I wanted to bend it. I know that. Put his name down anyway, said the lighter hand. Who'd ever know? I would, Den said, and turned round to say it to the man rather than to the platform. And so would everybody in this hall by the 2nd bell. Then it's got a mark on it, and every argument anybody makes about me for the rest of my life comes with somebody saying he voted himself in. He shifted the strap on his shoulder and put a hand out flat once and put it down. I'm not being fine about it. There's a hull on the 111th I want my daughter on, and I'd like what I'm asking for to still be worth having by the time I get it. The lighter hand said something at his own boots and let it go. Corrigan kept both hands on his knees and did not put one of them up. The roll they were all queuing for was worth something precisely because the man they had come in behind could not get onto it, and there was nobody in that hall who could say so out loud without it being a candidate helping himself. A woman from 7B got hold of him on the gallery afterwards about a washdown slot her stretch had lost in the spring, and she cut her off at the second sentence and told her it was the sector office and not him, and had been the sector office for 4 years. She went off up the gallery at a clip. Corrigan let her go and did not go after her and did not do anything about it at all. The counter under the boards on the traffic floor had been a claims desk that morning and had a card taped over the claims plate by the 4th hour, and the queue at it was 6 deep and mostly people who had come to look. "You'll want my form and not that one." The returning officer had the numbered book open at a fresh leaf. "I know what that is. It is a very good piece of printing, and it is not an instrument. Mine has a counterfoil on it, and it is numbered, and I keep the counterfoil, and you keep the number. It's had my name on it since the 17th. Then it has had a quiet time of it," she said, and turned the book round. Corrigan wrote it out. Name, sector, the 2 subscribers off the sheet who had come up the floor with him for exactly that purpose, and the officer read the name back at him and asked him to spell it, and he spelt it, and she wrote it as spelled and not as it had sounded to her. Then she tore at the perforation and gave him the stub with the number on it and put the counterfoil in the box. 6B, she said. That is the one with the bypass through it. It is. I walked it on my 4th day. It is the only sector on this station where I could not work out where the boundary had been meant to go. Nobody can. There's a woman at the far end of it who has been paying somebody else's plant draw since the works, and it took a panel 4 years to get an afternoon of anybody's time to go and look at it. That is very nearly all the case I intend to make between now and the 103rd. 23 sectors, the officer said, and I shall want clerks. 23 sectors and 37,400 people. 37,400 people and one of me. She had the next form up already. Next, please. Cade came down the stores stair with 2 of her own office behind her and stopped them at the foot of it with a hand and came across the floor on her own. The queue opened for her without anybody in it deciding to, and she said no twice to the people who tried to give her the space and went to the back of it and stood there for the length of 4 forms. At the counter, she wrote Core South on the sector line and signed under it, and spelt her name when she was asked to. Then she tore at the perforation and gave him the stub with the number on it and put the counterfoil in the box. 6B, she said. That is the one with the bypass through it. It is. I walked it on my 4th day. It is the only sector on this station where I could not work out where the boundary had been meant to go. Nobody can. There's a woman at the far end of it who has been paying somebody else's plant draw since the works, and it took a panel 4 years to get an afternoon of anybody's time to go and look at it. That is very nearly all the case I intend to make between now and the 103rd. 23 sectors, the officer said, and I shall want clerks. 23 sectors and 37,400 people. 37,400 people and one of me. She had the next form up already. Next, please. Cade came down the store stair with 2 of her own office behind her, and stopped them at the foot of it with a hand, and came across the floor on her own. The queue opened for her without anybody in it deciding to, and she said no twice to the people who tried to give her the space, and went to the back of it and stood there for the length of 4 forms. At the counter, she wrote Core South on the sector line and signed under it, and spelt her name when she was asked to. Then she turned round with the stub in her hand and spoke to the floor of the room rather than to the counter, and she did not raise her voice, and everybody in it stopped. There's no line on that form for the other thing, and there isn't going to be one, because the executive is chosen in the chamber by the members and not by any of you with a pencil. So I'll say it here, where it can be written down by whoever writes things down. If Core South returns me, and the chamber will have me, I'll take the executive, and I'll do the work. I'm not standing to be thanked. I think the office ought to go on, and I think I ought to be in it, and I'll say why in a hall and not at a counter." Corrigan had the stub still in his hand. "Then I'll say mine in the same room and on the same afternoon," he said, "and I'm not going to pretend I've been asked to." "No," Cade said, "you haven't been." Neither of them said anything after that, and neither of them moved off, and the officer took 2 more forms in the quiet, and it went on a good deal longer than was comfortable, and neither of them fixed it. Ilse Morrow came along the floor with a folio under her arm at about the 5th form, and stopped a clear pace short of the counter, in the open, where the people behind her could hear it. "Officer, administrator, chair." Morrow did not open the folio. "I'm not standing for anything, and I'm not lodging anything. The 9 houses will treat with whatever body the 103rd returns. Settlements, allocations, the lot. I'll put that in writing to the returning officer this afternoon, and she can do what she likes with it." "Nobody's asked you to," Cade said. "Nobody has, and I'd rather be early than asked." Morrow turned a quarter so she had more of the floor. "And I'll give you the reason, and it is not a compliment to anybody. I want a counterparty that can sign and stay signed. That's self-interest." "It'll be printed as a conversion," Corrigan said. "It will," Morrow said. "I've allowed for that." And she gave the folio to her own clerk and went off up the floor, and did not say one word to either candidate that she had not said to both. Otek had come down off the gallery with the 10A people in time for the last of it, and did not wait, and did not have to be loud, because the floor had gone quiet for Morrow and had not filled back in. "Well, that's it then. The houses have picked one." "That isn't what happened." "It's what I heard. You heard a woman say she'd treat with whoever wins, which includes the administrator, who is stood 4 feet from you. Corrigan put a little of the room into it and did not get any of it back. Otek had gone red across the cheekbones, the same as he had at the panel table with a deputation behind him. Down the queue somebody laughed, once, at nothing, and stopped. "When it's on a sheet tomorrow with your name and hers on the same line, that'll be the concessions man," Otek said. "I won't have printed it. I won't be stopping it either." Off he went along the boards with his hands behind him. Corrigan let him get 4 paces, and went half a step after him, and stopped there with the joke still in his mouth, and nobody left to try it on. The woman off the second stall had a camera on a strap, and had been working the floor since the interval, and she got them at the boards. "Together. You'll have to be nearer than that, the light's off the door, and I've only the 1 plate to waste." Cade came over from the counter and put her hand out first, and Corrigan took it, and they stood there in front of the boards with a stall woman's camera on them, and shook hands like 2 people who had known each other for 8 years, which they had. "Nearer. Sorry, again." They did it again. Cade's grip was exactly what it always was, and she put no face on for the camera. When she let go, she reached up and turned his collar down. It had been sitting up since the forenoon, and nobody had told him, and he stood still and let her. Then Cade let go and turned straight round to the counter. "Officer, you're poll clerks. My office has the people who can do it, and I'd rather you took them, because a counter run by somebody who's never run one is a queue at the 4th hour that goes out of the door and round the stair." "Don't take them," Corrigan said. "Not on the 103rd. There'll be somebody in every hall on this station saying the administrator's own people counted the paper, and they'll say it whether it's true or not, and it will still be being said in 4 years. Take them out of the sectors instead. 2 a sector, drawn and sworn." To a sector who have never counted anything in their lives, and you'll be waiting on the voids until the 4th bell. I'll wait. You will, Cade said, and so will the reclamation hands who come off shift at the 2nd. Neither, said the returning officer. She had not looked up from the book while they did it. I'll swear my own and train them myself in the fortnight before, and I'll take nobody off either of your lists, and I have already written to the warden's office for the use of a room to do it in. The voids I'll go down and look at myself this week, because it is a service isolation with one road into it, and I would rather know what I am asking of those people before I ask it. Cade put 2 fingers on the counter edge and took them off again. That's the right answer. The officer said nothing to that, and spoke past the pair of them to the queue that had built up behind while the candidates were being photographed. Next, come up and spell it for me. I'm not having anybody's name wrong on a board. Chapter 17. Other Patients. The rash had come up the inside of both forearms in the same 2 places, and Dree had worked 11 of the last 14 nights. It's the new soap. It is not the soap. Ilias turned her arm over under the lamp and went along the edge of the patch with his thumb where the skin had gone thick and shiny from being got at through a sleeve. You had this in the spring on the old soap. It went down in the 8 days you were off at your mother's, and it came up again inside a fortnight of you going back on nights. That is twice. I am not doing it a 3rd time to be certain. I'm all right on nights. You are all right on nights, and your skin is not, and I have to take the one I can look at. The rota for the quarter lay along the bench under the window. Ruled card. The names in pencil because they move. Ilias got it round and went down the 4th week with the flat of his hand. 5 people on the section could stand a night. One of the 5 was his own name. One was a woman on ring 2 with a child under a year, who had asked for no nights until the spring and been given it in front of witnesses. He rubbed out 3 of Dree's and wrote his own initials into 2 of them and left the 3rd where it was, blank, with the crumbs of the eraser still lying in the box. That's a hole. That is a hole, and it will be a hole for a fortnight, and then the sector sends the relief or the sector does not. If it does not, I will put my name in that one as well, and I will be extremely tiresome to a number of people about it. Ilias laid the pencil across the card. Sleeves down, and stop going at it through the cloth. I can hear you at it from the transfer door. The clerk put her head round the frame. Man out here says you gave him 4 minutes at the turn of the year, and he's come for them. Nadir Oyelerin had his coat over his arm and did not sit until he had been told to twice. The afternoon, he said. The afternoon. 1 afternoon a fortnight in 8B, and it falls on a 9th day, and every hand in that ring is on shift on a 9th day. So what my people have got is a clinic they can attend by losing half a shift. Half of them do not attend. And then a figure goes onto a sheet somewhere saying 8B does not use what it is given. That figure exists. I have read it, and I have read who wrote it. Then you know why I'm sat here. I know why you are sat here, and I cannot move it this quarter. Ilias put 2 fingers on the rota where the blank was. That is not a refusal dressed up. There is a night in the 4th week I have got nobody for. And until I have somebody for it, I am not sending a nurse across 4 bulkheads on a 7th afternoon. In the quarter after, if the relief comes, it goes to a 7th, and I will tell the sector why. And if the relief doesn't come, then it stays on a 9th, and I will write to the sector saying that their attendance figure is a figure about the hour and not about your people. And I will put my name on it, and you may have a copy, and use it against me at any time you like. Oyelaran looked at that for a moment, and then took a small book out of his coat and wrote in it without hurrying. "That's worth the walk," he said. "Now the second thing." There is a second thing. You knew there was a second thing. You came at the 5th bell for 4 minutes. Oyelaran put the book away. "I'll put it badly, because I have not got a good way of putting it, and I would rather you had it from a man who's going to be standing here when you answer. There's a poll on the 103rd. There'll be a chamber inside a week of it, and a law inside a month of that. And everybody who has read the drafting says the law reaches that family. That's comfortably before the 233rd. He turned the coat over on his knee. "So the ask is that the child stays." "Stays?" "Stays. Nobody's asking you to write anything, sign anything, or say anything in a hall. You'd be doing nothing at all, which is the part I want you to hear, because there is no signature in it anywhere. She goes on the later one with her father's name on the paper, and nobody on this station ever has to stand on a ramp head and watch a 7-year-old go up it in a stranger's custody. And there is not a person in any ring who would think the worse of you." Elias let him get to the end of it. "Do you know what else is on that hall?" "I've heard there's a boy." "There is a boy. There is also a woman, and you have not heard about her, and you are not going to hear about her from me." Elias took the folder off the shelf and did not open it. "Her name is on the 11th, because she needs the 11th. If that stops being true, if the ache changes, or her paper changes, or the surgeon at the far end writes to me and says otherwise, I take it off, and a man on 7C who has been on the later list since last year goes onto it that afternoon, and it takes about 4 minutes, and I do not think about it again. Then take it off and put him on it. That is the whole of what you are asking, put in the honest order." Elias put the folder down. "You are asking me to make a child's back permanently worse so that a document can catch her up. I'd say it in a different order. Oyelaran had not gone red and had not raised anything. I'd say 4 months of a back against a lifetime of a father, and I'd say I know which one I'd have picked for mine. You have put a lifetime against 4 months, and neither of those is the thing on my list. It is 122 days of her growing, which she does not get back, against a man traveling on the same hull without standing at the far end of it, which is bad and is not the same as losing him." Ilya stayed where he was. "And both of those are between the two of them and whoever ends up deciding it. The boy and the woman have got nothing to do with either of them, and neither has the man on 7C, and none of the 3 has been asked whether they would care to wait for a chamber. It isn't their seat. It is not anybody's seat. It is not the father's to keep, and it is not mine to hand about. I do not own a place on that hull. I fill the ones this section holds off a list in the order the list is in." Oyelaran got up and took a while over the coat. "They'll ask me whether I put it to you properly. You put it to me properly. I'll tell them that, and they won't believe me, and I'll tell them again." He got the second arm into the sleeve. "And the afternoon in 8B stands. I'm not dropping that because you've said no to me on the other, and I'd rather say so at the door than have you wondering about it for a fortnight." Audrey came up the last of the corridor at his own pace and sat down on the bench in the room before anybody asked him to, and got his breath back over about the length of time it had taken him in the spring, and a little more than that. 11 years old, thin down the arms, with the color under his nails a shade off what it wanted to be, and his lips the same shade. He sat with both hands on his knees and his elbows out, and did not talk until he had finished breathing, because he had been doing this since he was 4 and knew the drill better than most of the people who ran it. Ilias got the bell of the scope under the shirt and stayed there a long time, and moved it twice and stayed there again. Same as the last one? A bit less than the same. How much less? Not enough to put a word on. Enough that I would rather have you on the hull than not. Ilias came off him and got the shirt straight for him, because the boy's hands were slow with buttons at the end of a corridor, and both of them knew it, and neither of them had ever said so. Sit there another minute. There is no hurry in this room. His mother had the bag on her knees and had not put it down since she came in. He carried a can up the ring stair on the 7th, she said. I didn't ask him to, and I didn't stop him. How far up it? To the turn, Audrey said. My cousin does it to the top without stopping, and he's a year younger than me, and he's an idiot. Then that is what you get for having a cousin. Ilias wrote the 2 lines that went in and put the day on them. To the turn is a good deal further than the spring. Keep doing it, and keep stopping when you want to stop. And if it goes from wanting to having to, your mother comes down here and does not wait for a morning. She'd come down anyway. She would. Audrey got himself up and got the coat and went out past the bench in the corridor and put a hand up at the small one on it without breaking his stride. You've still got that thing, he said. It's in my coat, said Senna. Out in the corridor, the light on the section side had been going since before the interval, and nobody had come about it. The boy's mother stopped at the end of the bench where Den was sat with his boots crossed at the ankle, and the 2 of them went straight back into whatever they had been at before, which had to do with the canteen and the hour the second batch of bread came out and whether it was worth the walk. It is not worth the walk, she said. It is if you take the low corridor. The low corridor is shut. The low corridor is shut at the far end and open at this end, and there's a way through the plant bay if you go before the 4th bell and look like you belong there. You've been here 8 weeks, Den said, and I've had a lot of afternoons. Further down, 3 of them had the bench between the 2 doors, and a length of stripped wire and an argument. Cray had the heel of her right hand done up in a dressing that had been changed twice and was going to be changed a 3rd time before she left, because a burn of a good iron does not care whose iron it was. The wire had been round her thumb 4 times and had come apart 4 times. You're going round it. You have to go through it. That's my sentence, said Tell, from the far end of the bench, not looking up from the boot she had her foot half out of. It's a true sentence. It's mine, and you can't do it either. I can nearly do it. You've been nearly doing it since the year turned. Sena had the 4th failed ring in her fist and was turning it over. 7 years old and up on the bench with her legs off the floor, and she got the wire straight between her fingers and did the thing in about 4 seconds, and it came off her thumb closed, with no join anybody could find. Nobody said anything for a second. Do it again, Cray said. Sena did it again. Cray took the ring off her and held it up to the corridor light and turned it. That's not the same wire. It's your wire. How long have you been able to do that? You do it on the crates, Sena said, so the tag can't come off. Everybody does it. On the what? Tell put her head back against the wall and laughed at the ceiling, which was the first noise she had made since she sat down. And Cray said something about crates that a person is not supposed to say in a medical section. And the clerk looked along the counter at her, and Cray dropped it to a mutter without stopping. I taught her that, Cray said. You did not. I said go through it. That's the whole of the teaching. Ilias came down past them with the folder under his arm and stopped at the end of the bench. Give it here. Cray gave him the wire. Ilias got it round his thumb, took it through, pressed the join, and had a ring that came apart in his fingers on the first pull. There, Cray said, with enormous satisfaction. There. That is a physician's hands for you. Excellent at some things. He gave the wire back to Sena rather than to Cray on purpose and got a look for it. Whose hand is the dressing on? Mine. Then it comes off in a minute, and I want to see it dry. It's dry. They all say that. Ilyas put a finger against the boot Tell had her foot half out of. And that comes off you as well while I have got you both. There is a blister on that heel, or you would not have been at the lace since you sat down. Tell got the boot off without a word about it. She's had my bunk 9 weeks, Cray said, to nobody in particular. I've got the top one, and the top one's the worse one. The top one is not the worse one. The relay's still down then, Ilyas said. It's still down. Tell had the sock off and her heel turned up on the bench for him. My dad goes to the desk on his day off, and they tell him what they told him the time before, and then he comes back and tells us it's the same, and we all say, right. And your aunt. She'll be doing the board by hand, Tell said it to her own foot. She did it the last time it went. She had the whole basin's traffic on a board in the shed with a wax pencil, and she was pleased with herself about it for a year afterwards. She likes it when it goes off. She gets to do everybody's job, and nobody can tell her she's doing it wrong. That does run in families, Ilyas said, and got the heel under the light, and it was a blister, and it was clean. He put Sena up on the bench end afterwards and did the fortnight in about 3 minutes, standing, with the corridor going past them both, because a review is a review, and there is nothing in it that wants a room. His hand went down her back and came back up it. Ache. Same. Same as the last time, or same as when I asked you the time before that? Sena worked on it. Same as the time before that. Good. What have you stopped doing since I saw you? Nothing. What are you doing less of? I hold the rail on the long stretch, Sena said, down by the archive. Not all of it, the last bit. Ilyas wrote the long stretch, the last of it, and put the day against it, and did not put anything else in the room on top of it. That is the right answer, and I am glad you gave it to me. Hold the rail. Hold it all the way along if you want it. Cray said it's 111 days. Cray is out. It is not 111 days. It is a day with a number on it, and the number is the 111th, and it is 47 days from tomorrow. Ilyas closed the folder. Go and tell her. She will take it well. The back of Ibbott's right hand had gone thin between the thumb and the first finger since the 9th, in a hollow you could lay a fingertip into, and she had it worked out before Ilyas did, and had said nothing to anybody about it. Write your name. She got the stylus into the hand and made the fingers close on it, one at a time, with the other hand, and wrote it on the slip he put under her. Ilyas took the slip and set it beside the one from the 9th, both of them in the folder, and put the day under the new one. You're not going to show me those two together? No. That's all right. I know what they look like. Ibbott got the stylus back into the left hand, which she had been practicing with and was not pretending otherwise. They've had me off the pull and on to the tally. Sat down. 6 weeks of sat down and a man half my age reading me the count out loud in case I've gone deaf as well. How is the tally? The tally is a disgrace. I've told them so. She got the sleeve down over the hand. The 11th's still the 11th, then. It is. I've heard about the child. Everybody has. There's a man on my stretch who has got very worked up about it, and he's never met anybody. Ibbott came up off the stool in one go, because getting up was still hers. You won't have it off me. I've had 4 months of that hand going, and if she's on that ship, she's on it, and I won't be the one at the far end of a corridor saying she oughtn't. I was not going to ask you. I know that. He doesn't. Ibit went out past the queue and told a man in it that he was in her road, and he was. Doran Corrigan was on the chair at the wall with his coat on his knees, and got up when the door went and looked at the board over the counter before he looked at Ilias. Your requisition's got a crossed-out figure on it. It has had a crossed-out figure on it since the spring. Imaging cassettes. Corrigan had his head over at the board. That's a supply line out of the concession's second berth, and there is a woman in their allocations office who owes me 2 afternoons from 4 years ago, and she will still owe me them on the 104th, whichever way the 103rd goes. He turned round. I'll get you the cassettes, and I'm saying it now before I ask you anything, because if I said it after, you'd have to spend the walk home deciding what it was. Get me the cassettes. Right. And it does not buy you anything, and you know it does not, and you said it first so that neither of us has to. That is roughly the trade, yes. Corrigan came off the wall and did not sit down again. Here's mine. I've had the 111th off 4 people, and every one of them had it off somebody else. I want it off you. Can it move? I will answer that, and it is going to take me a while. Give me the end of it first. No. Ilias pulled the second stool out from under the bench with his foot. You would take the end of it away and put it in a hall, and it would come back to me in a fortnight as something I did not say. Sit down. Corrigan sat down. 3 people go off this station on the 111th in places this section holds. I am going to describe them, and I am going to name one, because one of them is in every corridor on this station already, and the other 2 are not, and they are staying not. The child first, since you have had her already. Her back has a lean in it, and the engine of the lean is her growing. The bones on the inside of the lean get pressed and grow short, and the ones on the outside grow long. So it gets worse with nobody helping it, and it gets worse at the speed she grows. She is 7 and she grows fast. 122 days is 122 days of that, and she does not get them back. Nobody is going to be talking about a shortened life or a chair. What she gets at the far end is a back worse than it needed to be. On every day she has got, and a surgeon on the 233rd who gets less out of an afternoon than a surgeon on the 111th would have got. The second is a boy with a valve that has been closing since he was 4. It went down a step in the spring, and it has not come back up. I cannot tell you when the next step is. I cannot tell you there will be one. I can tell you that if it comes inside those 122 days, then the 111th was the sailing he needed, and nobody will ever prove that to you, and I will know it, and so will his mother. The third has pressure on a nerve in her neck and has been losing a hand for longer than I have known her. What comes back after a surgeon takes the pressure off depends on how long the pressure has been on. There is no reading of that where waiting costs nothing. She has stopped asking me about the date, and that is not because she has stopped minding about it. Corrigan had come in fast and had stopped moving somewhere in the second of those and put nothing into the gaps. There is a fourth who is not sailing on the 111th at all. A man of 30 on 7C who cannot get up his own stair with a stick and has been on the later list since last year. He goes up one place the afternoon a place on the earlier one comes free, and he knows it, because I told him. So if she comes off it, he goes on it. He goes on it. And if I were to leave the place standing empty for 4 months against a chamber that does not exist yet, I would be sending a hull out of this station with a bought place in it and nobody in the place, and I would not do that for you, and I would not do it for anybody. And the sector would be right to have me in front of somebody about it. Ilias put both hands on his knees. That is the answer. There is a list. It is in the order it is in for reasons that are written down and that you may read tomorrow if you send somebody for them. She is on the 111th, and she sails on the 111th. Corrigan sat with it for a good while, and then did the thing he does, which is to go straight past the argument he has lost and find the next question in the same breath. Then tell me the last hour. Say what you mean. If something exists on this station, a paper, an office, a determination, I don't care what it's called, what is the last hour at which it could change who she goes up that ramp with? The pack has to be in Master Vite's hands before the ramp and not on it, because the receiving service reads it before they take her and not after. Ilya said it slowly, because it was the part a man repeats wrongly. So, the morning of the 111th, in this section, with the pack still on my bench. If a thing exists before then that puts a name on that line, I tear up what I have written and I write it again, and I will do it standing in front of him, and I will enjoy it. After the ramp, there is nothing I can do at any speed for any reason. That is all the room there is. The morning of the 111th. The morning of the 111th. Corrigan got up and stood there working something out with his mouth shut, and started to say a number and did not finish it. 8 days after a poll, he said, and then, right, and got the coat over his arm. I'll send about the cassettes tomorrow, and it'll come off my clerk and not off me, because you don't want my name on your store's paper any more than I do. That is sense, and I have had none of it in this corridor since the bell. Then you've had a better day than I have, Corrigan said, and went off down the banding, and stopped halfway to let 2 people through with a trolley, and did not look back at the section. Ilias went in and got the rota off the bench and stood over the blank night in the 4th week with the pencil in his hand. Dree came past the door with the evening list and stopped in the frame and had her thumb going along the inside of her sleeve while she stood there. You're not putting yourself in that one as well? I have not decided. You've got the pencil in your hand. I frequently have a pencil in my hand. Ilias reached over, took her wrist, moved the hand off her forearm, and gave it back to her. Go and do the 10th hour round and stop scratching. And if that sector relief comes off a hull this fortnight, I want to know before the clerk does. Chapter 18. The Countersign. The tally came out of the press in its own wrapper with the lodgment number inked across the fold, and Sesk cut the tie and took the wrapper off at the counter rather than in the back room, because a lodged record comes out where the queue can watch it come out. Stiff dock covers. The corner of the front board worn round and gone soft along the grain. Inside the cover, a slip gummed at the top edge and lifting now at both lower corners, in his own hand. Labor record. Trade side. Hours worked, by hand and by berth. Lodged in support of hours claims. Not a register of hands. Under the slip, the lodgment number, the hour, and his mark. The ruling was Denn's own, and the first while of it ran a shade off true, and then his eye came in and stayed in. Names down the left, berths across the head, hours in the boxes, and a stroke through a box where a hand had been called and not worked, and a second stroke where he had gone back and found out why. The hand got smaller as the book went on, the way a hand does when a man starts leaving room for what he has not been told yet. The back pages had been used from the other end and ran in toward the ruled work in a heavier press of the stylus. Where a gate stood. Who stood it? Watch on and watch off. Food up the line every watch. Nothing sat on, nothing touched, nobody touched. A record is lodged as it is kept. Sesk had lodged it as it was kept. The last entry stood on a right-hand page with 3/4 of the page under it empty, and the date on it was the 26th of 25. and the hours in the boxes were somebody else's. Below the window, the trade side had its forenoon on. The stair was full to the concourse, and had been since the second bell. And on the concourse, under the ramp head, a table stood with printed sheets on it, and 2 people behind it. And there had been a table up somewhere along the trade side every day since the nominations closed. The queue window took an arrival off a packet. The far counter took a bond. Den came up the stair at the tail of a lighter's crew and waited out the last of the queue rather than come along the front of the counter. And Sesk let him wait, because a man who waits his turn at a counter is telling the counter something. "She's at the block," Den said when he got there. "2 of the engineers have her. They're teaching her a card game, and they're teaching her wrong on purpose. Then she will find that out. She found it out yesterday. They've moved on to a second one." Den put both hands on the counter's edge and then took them off it. "You sent word you'd looked." "I looked. The post holds 2 things with your name on them, and this is the first." Sesk turned the tally and put it across. Den did not open it at first. He put one finger flat on the slip inside the cover and read it where it lay, top line to bottom, and then read the lodgment number under it, and only then took the boards apart and went into the ruled work. "That's my second year in there." "It is all of it in there." "There was a fortnight I did the hours off the gate because I'd lost the book." Den turned 2 leaves back and found what he was after, and put his thumb beside it. "That's the fortnight. You can see it. The columns go narrow, because I was copying up off slips at night, and I didn't trust myself for the width. I read it when it came in." Den came back to the front cover and the slip. "You wrote this before you put it away." "I wrote it at this counter and put it in before the book went into the press. There was a man wanted it read as the register. Den said it to the slip and not to him. More than one." "There was." "You wouldn't have it." "No." Down the counter, the landing clerk brought a household transfer to the end of the queue and got it away again inside 2 minutes, and the woman with it went off along the stairhead reading the slip and counting something on her fingers. "Right," Den said. "Then tell me what it is." "It is what the slip says, and I will give you the working of it." Sesk brought the book back round and left it open between them. "A house disputes a hand's hours. The hand's word is not enough, and the house's word is not enough. This book stands behind the hand's word because it was kept at the time by a man doing the work against births and dates that the post can put against its own board. Ours claims went off it for years, and they held. It did the work it was lodged to do. And what won't it do? It will not put a line in the register. Nothing in it fixes the man on my counterside to the name on the pages. It is a hand's own book about a dock, and any clerk on this station will say so inside a minute, and the ones who like the sound of themselves will take 3. That's what I thought." Den turned the book back round himself and shut it and kept his hand on the cover. "Can I have it?" "No, it is lodged." "It's my hand." "It is your hand, and it is the post's record, and a lodged record does not go back over a counter because the man who wrote it has come to want it." Sesk put 2 fingers on the cover beside Den's. "I will run you a copy off the press this afternoon, entire, back pages and all, and you will have it before the evening bell, and it will be a copy, and it will say so across the head of every sheet." "That'll do." "It will not do anything. It is a copy of a book that does not reach." "It'll do for me," Den said. He got a hand inside his jacket then and brought out a folded sheet and opened it on the counter in 4 goes along the folds it had always had, and the print had gone at 2 of them, so that a line of it was missing at the crossing. "An agent's stock, printed one side. A quarter's sailings down the left with the hulls against them, and against each hull what the master was short of. No route mark on it, no certification. At the head of it an agent's name and a stall number on the concourse, and the stall was 2 down from where the printed sheets were on a table this morning. M.V. Sundry, Belek, Orem, and Return, Checker, 1. "That's the one that sent me looking," Den said. "It was on a nail at the gateheads, and I took it off the nail, and there was nothing clever about it. Everybody took them off the nail. I had it in my kit going out, and I had it in my kit out there, and it went in a tin with the rest of my paper. And there was a good while at that settlement where it was the only printed thing I owned, with this station's name across the top of it. And then it stopped being that as well. And by the finish, it was a sheet I'd have been sorry to lose, and couldn't have told you why. I've put it in front of 4 offices since the 6th. Every one of them was kind about it." "I am not going to be kind about it." "I know you're not. That's why it's on your counter, and not in the tin." Sesk read it down, both columns, and read the head, and turned it once to be sure there was nothing on the reverse, and there was nothing on the reverse. "An agent prints these off his own book to fill berths. He does not certify them, and the route side does not stand behind them, and never has. A third of what is on this sheet sailed somewhere other than where it says, and some of it did not sail at all. Your name is not on it. It does not say a man went, and it does not say which man." Sesk laid it flat and left it in front of him. "The hull's clearance is a different thing, and it is on this station under a seal, and I countersigned the copy of it at this counter on the 6th of this year with her master's hand on the receipt. It says more than your sheet says, and it says it properly. It puts no line in the register either." Den stood with that for a moment. "So there's the pair of them." "There is the pair of them, and I will say it once so that you have had it from me before you have it in a room with people who are enjoying themselves. Neither of these carries you across. One is hours worked, and one is a printed offer of berths, and both of them stop at the 26th of 25. And what you are asking to have done is on the other side of that. There is no instrument in either. There is nothing in either that a counter can key." "I know what they are," Den said. "I'd have known it in 25. He folded the schedule back down its folds, and did it slowly, and got the last fold wrong, and had to open it and do that one again. Say it came across this counter off a stranger. Same 2 papers, same story, and me a face you'd never had up your stair. The same, to the word." "That's what I came up for," Den said. The Post's Countersign book for 25 stood in the press at the end of its year with the rest of them, and Sesk took it down himself and put the 2 either side of it back straight before he opened it. He had had it down once already this month and had put it back the same afternoon. The book ran in counterfoils, 2 to a leaf, with the perforation ragged where each appointment had gone away with the hull. The stubs carry what stubs carry: hull, master, the berth and the rating, the agent who made the instrument out, the requisition it came off, then the post certificate in 3 printed lines with a box against each, and then the mark and the hour. M.V. Sundry, master Theodora Belek, checker, 1 berth, requisition of the master, made out by the agent, rated for the berth, on the trade side register, standing clear of this counter. 3 boxes and 3 marks, and the marks were his. Sesk went at them in order, the way a man audits his own work when there is nobody else on the station who can. The register of hands for that year was in the same press, and he took it down and found the name and the entry and the rating against it, and the rating was right, and the man had held it 4 years by then. He went down the claims book for the quarter, and there was nothing at that counter standing against the name, and he had known there would not be, and he went down it anyway to the end of the quarter. 3 things certified. All 3 of them true then. All 3 of them true this afternoon. The place at the post had come free that same year, when the second checker went across to the throat side to keep the stores. Sesk had put it to Den at this counter in the forenoon, with the stair full behind him, because a thing offered at a counter in front of a queue cannot afterwards be said to have been a private arrangement. Permanent. A checker's place, on the post's own book, with the hours and the pay written down where anybody could go and read them. Den had let him get to the end of it without saying anything into it, which he did not do often, and then he had said no. He had given a reason. Sesk had taken the reason and had not put the offer a second time, because a man who has answered has answered. The appointment came across the counter afterwards, on the agent's paper, with the master's requisition behind it. It was in order. Sesk certified the 3 lines and marked it and gave it back across, and the hour went on the stub. There had been nothing at that counter to warn a man about. The road to Orem was authenticated and had been for years. Hulls went out on it and came back off it, and the route side stood behind every clearance it wrote. Belek had run it before, and had her certificate and her figures and her own master's endorsement, and any hand on the aprons who had been asked would have said the same, and half of them would have said they wished they were going. Loadmaster. The landing clerk had come down with a discharge in her hand and the manifest under her arm. Short 2 crates against the head figure, and the mate says they came off, and the tallyman says they never did. Whose stencil on the 2? Chandler's, out of the same lot as the rest. Then it is the ramp and not the hull. Get the barrow book off the ramp head for that discharge. All of it. Sesk stopped and took it again. Get the barrow book for that discharge and go down it against the tallyman's own count. 2 crates off one lot go astray at a ramp, and they go astray together, and somebody has signed for them at the foot of a barrow load and will not know he has. And if he hasn't, then come back and I will put it in writing to the agent tonight, and the mate will have his 2 crates by Thursday and be no happier about it. She went off down the counter with the manifest opened out on her forearm. The queue clerk put her head round the end of the press. Do you want the window past the bell? There's an independent in on the evening tide, and her people will want the landing entries. Take them at the window in the morning. Post the hour on the screen tonight so nobody stands about. They'll stand about anyway. They will. Post it. Sesk marked the counterfoils page with a strip of counterstock and left the book out on the shelf under the counter, and went and ran the copy of the tally himself on the press at the back, sheet by sheet, and put copy across the head of each of them, and did the back pages last, and did not leave any of them out. The post shut at the evening bell, and the day went into the register after it. And Sesk had the lamp down low over the counter, and the registry's countersign done and away before the stair had finished emptying. Den came up into a post with nobody in it. He had the copy under his arm in its wrapper. He put it on the bench at the stair-head rather than bring it to the counter, and came down the counter front to where the lamp was. Sesk turned the countersign book round and pushed it across, open at the strip of stock. Den read it standing. That's you. That is me. 3 lines and 3 boxes, and I put a mark in each of them, and the hour after. The post does not appoint anybody. A master requisitions a berth, and the agent makes the instrument out. What this counter certifies is that the man is rated, that he is on the register, and that nothing here stands against him. Sesk kept his hand off the page. You were rated. You were on it. Nothing stood against you. It was a valid instrument, and I countersigned it, and it went out of this post inside a quarter of an hour. I remember the quarter of an hour, Den said. You had a lighters people arguing at the far end, and you did mine standing up. I did every one of them standing up. Den went down the stub again, slower. You'd offered me the place a while before that. I had. And then you signed this. There was nothing between the two of them. You had answered me, and the instrument was good. Sesk said it at the pace of the rest of it. I did not have anything to put to you about that road, and neither did anybody else on this station. It was authenticated. Hulls ran it. Her master had run it. If I had stood at this counter and said one careful word to you about it, I would have been a man inventing a doubt to keep a hand he wanted, and you would have known it inside a sentence, and you would have been right. I'd have gone anyway. You would. Den put his forearms on the counter, which brought him down over the book, and stayed there a while with the lamp on the side of his face. I told you I wanted a road under me before I got old on this dock. He turned a hand over on the counter and put it back. That wasn't it. I'd have been the loadmaster's man on that counter, and there wasn't a hand on the aprons who wouldn't have said so, and after the year we'd had, I couldn't carry it. That's what it was. It wasn't the road. You could have told me that at the time. I could have. Neither of them went any further with it. Out beyond the glass, the trade side had its evening on, cranes parked down the length of it, and the lamps up, and somebody 2 levels down was running a stiff shutter up and up again. 5 years and a bit this station's had, Den said. I've had 13. That's the arithmetic, all of it, and every office in this place has done it at me. He straightened up off the counter. Say it was tomorrow. Say what was tomorrow? That. Den had 2 fingers on the stub and left them there. Same agent's paper, same hull, same rating, and me stood where I'm stood, and everything you know now. Would you put your mark on it? Yes, Sesk said. The household stair had 2 turns in it, and the second one had taken the table on its edge with a hand at each end and a good deal of language, and there was a scar in the wall plate at that turn now, and neither of them had done anything about the scar. Neshk had 4 station chairs out from the wall, a plank up on the trestles, and the rule out. You are late. I am late. There is the rest of the barley thing, and it is not any better than it was. She had the plank turned over to look down its length, one eye shut. Somebody was on the stretch tonight with sheets. He wanted to know which of us was on the roll, and I said both of us, and he wrote it down twice and thanked me twice. Sesk got his coat on the hook and got the pot off the ring and ate standing, out of it, because there was a plank on the table's near end. The crates had gone at the 6th hour on the day she said they would go, except the one with the Chandler stencil down the side, and the stencil crate stood under the window now with the spare bedding in it and a board on the top, and neither of them had done anything about that either. Say the thing, Sesk said. The 2 households along the stretch are coming the day after tomorrow, both of them. That is 9 of us, and 4 of them are human, and there is nowhere for a human to sit at that table. Neshk put the rule on the plank and left her hand on it. Blocks, under the 4 station chairs, tonight. You have asked them before there was anywhere to put them. If I wait until there is somewhere to put them, there will never be anybody to sit in it. She said it in their own language and got the plank down flat. You are going to tell me about the table now. 2 fingers off the table's legs, and every one of us sits at it. I could do that tonight in an hour, and there would be no blocks in this house. You are not taking 2 fingers off my table. You have bought a table nobody on this station can sit at. I have bought a table I can sit at, Neshk said, and I have sat at it every day since the 6th, and I am going to go on sitting at it. And if the ducting man wants to eat his dinner at his own chin, he can come and eat it here and be pleased about it, because he will be, because it is the only room on this stretch where anybody feeds him. Sesk put the pot in the water and came and looked at the chairs. A chair on blocks walks. 4 legs and 4 blocks and a man leaning back, and the blocks go out from under it one at a time over the length of an evening, and then you have got somebody down on the deck at his own table. Nobody has ever gone down on a deck in this house. Nobody has ever been on blocks in this house. Sesk got the first chair over onto its side and went down the legs with the rule. Battens across. 2 under each chair, front and back, and the blocks on the battens, and then it is a frame and not 4 bits of wood, and it will not walk. It is a longer job than you want. How much longer? Tonight and part of tomorrow. Then it is tonight and part of tomorrow, Neshk said, and took the lamp off its hook and brought it round to the side he was working from, and held it where his hands were, and not where hers were. Sesk marked the first leg and the second, and read the 2 marks against each other, and moved the second one a hair. Chapter 19. In front of her. The mess took 2 sittings, and there were more than 2 sittings of people in it, so the trestles had gone back against the wall and the benches had come off them, and Cray had the end of one between Tell and the vent with her boots up on the rail underneath. At the door a woman with a tally had asked for sector and not for names. Vesh's mother said 6B for the 4 of them without breaking step, and the woman put 4 marks on her sheet, and nobody asked Cray anything at all. The hatch was shut with a board across it, and a card taped to the board saying so. The sector's notice frame had been lifted off its hook out in the passage and carried in and stood up on a chair at the front, because somebody had decided people would read the slips while they waited, and nobody read them. Out in the passage, the baker's boy had his lamp bench across the road and took more off the queue in a quarter of an hour than he took on a market morning. "It's running off the servery," Vesh said. "There's nothing in the servery. So it's putting the cold end down on us and the warm end at the door, and they've had it like that since the winter." "Sit still." "I'm sitting still. I'm telling you what it's doing." The arithmetic teacher had the front of the room because she was not standing for anything, and she could stop 9 people at once, and somebody had worked out that those were the 2 qualifications. She had a jug lid to knock on and a printed slip flat under her hand, and she had used the lid twice before the hour struck. 2 chairs at the front had been turned round to face the benches. Corrigan sat in one of them with his coat over the back. The other had the woman from the far end of the stretch in it, the one who had been paying somebody else's plant draw since the works went through, and she sat forward on it with her forearms on her knees, and had not put her coat anywhere. "The light on the ring stair," said a man 3 benches up. "Second landing. It's been out since the spring, and I've been told 3 times whose it is, and it's been a different answer every time." "It's the sector's," somebody said. "It's on the stretch's meter, so it's ours." "It's neither," Corrigan said. "It's on the plant side schedule because it went up when they ran the trunk repair, and it's been on their schedule for 8 years, and there are 2 more on 6A the same. You can have that off me tonight, and it's still going to be out in the morning, because there is no counter on this station where anybody can go and say the second landing is dark. That is very nearly the whole of what I have been doing for 4 years, and I have not got very far with it." The room made the noise it makes when a man has been funny about something that has annoyed it, and the woman from the far end put her chin up and let him have it, and then said, "He's known whose it is for 4 years, and I'm the one who's had the draw off him," and got a better laugh than he did. Tell had her bag on her knee with the strap out of the buckle. It had come back through twice already. She got it through the third time and pulled it up, and it held, and she sat with her thumb on it in case. "Right," the teacher said. "The one everybody came for. I'll read the qualification first because I've had it 3 times at my own door this week, and I'd rather say it once to all of you." She turned the slip a quarter so it caught the light. "Any person aged 17 or over who has held their primary domicile on the Cairn in an environmental sector for at least 1 continuous station quarter, that's 91 days, regardless of species, regardless of whose citizenship they hold, and regardless of whether their civil status is provisional." That last part's not right. It's what's printed. Provisional's not a status. That's what provisional means. Then take it up with the officer, because I've read you her paper, and I'm not going to read it wrong to be agreeable. The teacher put the slip back down. "It went out on the 58th, and it's on the frame behind me, and you can read it yourself on your road out." The twins from the far end were on the third bench with their coats still on. Both of them were on the roll, and neither of them had been up to look at it, and they had spent most of the hour arguing about which of them was going to bother on the 103rd, in the voices of 2 people who intended to go together and be early. "Is he here?" said the woman in the growth house apron by the door. "The man off the hull." "He's not, and he wasn't asked, and I wouldn't have had him in the room if he had been." The teacher said it flatly. "This is a sector meeting about a sector's business, and I'm not having a man sat on a bench while 100 people decide out loud what he is." That went down well enough. Then a man near the front, who had a coat folded over his arm and had not sat down all evening, said, "Then what is it we're deciding?" "Nothing. We can't decide anything. There's 23 of these going on, and this one's ours." "Then what's the good of it?" "You can ask the 2 people sat at the front what they'll do in a chamber, and you can hear them say it in front of each other, and then you can go and vote for one of them. That's the good of it." Hands. 4 went up, and the teacher took the one at the back first. "This sector's got no standing to enter anybody," the man at the back said. "I'll say that before anyone starts. Whatever's said in here tonight, the sector can't put a line on anybody's paper, and it never could." Cray got her shoulder round to Tell. "How old do you have to be to stand?" 17. Same as the rest of it. Then she should stand. "She wouldn't want it," Tell said. The baker got up from the 4th bench, which took a moment because the baker got up from anything slowly and had done for years. "I'll say mine, and then I'll sit down, and I'm not saying it twice." She had her hands loose at her sides. "I've been putting bread on this stretch since before the trunk went, every door on it. I know who's behind every one of them, and I know which of them takes 2 and which takes 1 and pretends it's 2. There's 12 people on this station with that word on their paper. 12. It's not the 12, it's the men. It's both, and you know it's both." The baker did not raise her voice for it. "So do it. Whoever can do it tonight. All 12, and argue about the wording of it afterwards at your leisure. That's Lot's daughter sat on the end of that bench there. Look at her. Who else is she going to be?" The whole of the 2 front benches came round, and then a good deal of the rest of the room, and one man at the side stood up off the wall to get a line on her. The vent put the cold end down the back of Cray's neck while her face went hot anyway, and the wall behind her was where it had always been, and she kept her back against it. Corrigan came forward on the chair with his hand off his knee. "That's—" The teacher had the next hand up at the back already and gave it the floor, and Corrigan sat back on the chair and let her have it. "Taken, and it's in my book, and I'm not having the next 4 hands saying it back to me in different words," the teacher said. "You, third bench. The third bench wanted to know about the counters on the 103rd and whether the poll clerk for 6B would be somebody local, and the answer took 3 minutes and was about a room the returning officer had borrowed off the warden's office to train them in. "Your bag's on my leg," Cray said. Tell moved it. Neither of them said anything else about anything for a while. Vesh's mother put a paper twist of the cultured stuff along the bench, and Vesh took 2, and Tell took 1, and Cray shook her head at it, and kept her boots on the rail, and the twist came back down the bench past her, and went up the other end. By the 5th hand, the vent argument had got general, and there were 3 people standing in the aisle about it, and the teacher knocked the lid and called 10 minutes and told them to leave the door propped. The door got propped, and half the room went out into the passage for the cool and to look at the lamp bench, and came back in slower than the 10 minutes, and the teacher had the lid going again before the last of them were down. Lote came in on the end of that with her coat still on and her bag over her shoulder, and stood at the back by the tally woman, and did not come down the room to the bench. She had come off a shift and had not been home. The woman from the far end had the floor. She had it a long time, and nobody minded, because she had stood up to take it, and she was not enjoying herself. I'll say the part I don't think either of us has said. She had her forearms back on her knees. There's the 103rd, and then there's a chamber that's never passed anything. And the first thing that chamber's going to be asked for is a form of words in a hurry, because there's a hull on the 111th with a berth on it. I'm not against the man. I'd sign for the man tonight if signing did anything. Then what? Then this. Every entry on this station with that word on it was made at the founding, in a hurry, under an instrument the office wrote because there was nothing else to write on. All of them. Write a sentence wide enough to open one entry made in a hurry, and you have opened every one of them. I'd want the founding gone over by people with a year in front of them, not by a chamber in its first fortnight with a ship on the board. Nobody put anything against that for a moment. "Then answer it," said the man with the coat over his arm, to Corrigan. "I'll answer it, and I'll answer the part I can and not the part I can't." Corrigan got up off the chair and stayed by it, and did not go out into the room. There's no sweep in what I'd write. There's no line in it that goes through the register and lifts 12 entries, or 400, or 1. A standard is a thing a person takes to a counter. You apply. Somebody with an office and a name applies the standard to your papers and gives you a determination. And if the answer is no, it is written down, and it is the same no everybody else gets, which is more than anybody on this station has now. That is all it is, and I'm not going to sell it as more. One at a time. One at a time, at a counter, in the ordinary road, and it will be slow, and there will be people who wait. And the founding? The founding stands. Nothing I would write goes near it. What I'd write says what happens next time a paper doesn't answer to another paper. And there is going to be a next time, because there has been a next time every year since I have been on this station. The woman from the far end sat forward and let it go past her, and then said, "That's a better answer than I expected, and it's still a chamber in a hurry," and put her hands together, and that was hers finished. Then Lote put her hand up from the back. The teacher gave it to her, and half the benches had to turn round, and Lote did not come down the room and did not take her bag off her shoulder. "I'll be quick because I'm stood in the road." She had the flat voice she used at the tap head. "There's a figure on the plate at the head of our tap. I read it off every morning, and I write it in a book against the flow, and I've done that since we came on to this stretch, and it has been right every morning of it. The morning it isn't right, I'll have the book, and I'll have the hour, and I'll go and stand in front of somebody with it. That's the metering, love. That's not— Let her finish, the teacher said. That's what I want out of this, and it's the only thing I want out of it. Not a favor done on a Thursday by a room. Something written down, and a person I can go and ask, and the same answer given to the next one through the door. Lota shifted the bag on her shoulder. So write it, and I'll say the rest of it plainly. I don't want it done tonight by this room. Not for us, and not for anybody. A thing this room does tonight can be undone by a room that never knew any of us, and I'd rather wait for the other. The baker said, from the fourth bench, without heat, "You'd wait, would you?" "I've waited 9 years. I can wait for it written." "Then answer her the second half," said the teacher to Corrigan, since she asked it. "The standard will be published, and it will be the same standard at every counter on the station." "That's the counter," Lota said. "I asked about after the counter, when the man at it says no. Then you'll have it in writing with a name on it, which you have not got now. That's still the counter." "I'll have something better for you before the 103rd, Corrigan said, and the teacher was already looking at the hand up on the second bench and gave it to him, and the second bench wanted to know about the reserved seats and whether the parties could outvote the sectors, and the answer to that took a while and had numbers in it, and the room went with it. Lotus stood at the back with the bag on her shoulder through all of it, and she had said us once, and she had not once looked down the room at the bench by the vent. Cray had her boots on the rail and both hands under her legs on the bench edge. They had been going to enter the 12 of them tonight. It would not have taken anything. 12 names off a stretch where the baker knew every door, and her mother had stood up at the back of a room in her coat and said no to it, and had said it without any bother at all, as though it were the meter reading, and then had gone on and asked a man a question about a counter. She could have just let them, Cray said. Tell had the strap out of the buckle again. Let who? Nothing. The second bench had gone on to the seats and the parties, and somebody had brought up the 3 empty chairs, and Corrigan was doing that one properly and at length, and the woman from the far end had put her coat on and was listening with her arms folded and waiting for a joint in it. "Right," the teacher said at the finish of it. "That's the hands I've got. I'll take one more thing, and then you can all have the room back, because there's a sitting at the second, and the trestles want to be up." Cray got the slip up off her knee and folded it twice, small, and kept it in her fist, and then she did not sit down. Cray. The name came out in the front of the bay voice, the one that carried to the partition. "You've been sat there all night, and it's been about you for the best part of an hour. Have you got anything you want said? You can have it said for you if you'd rather. I'll say it." The 2 front benches came round for the second time that night, and this time the rest of the room came with them without waiting. Cray had her boots on the rail and kept them there. The cold end of the vent came down the back of her neck. Vesh's mother put a hand on the bench behind her, not on her, just flat on the boards behind her back, and left it there. "Right," the teacher said after a bit, and knocked the lid once. "Then that's the meeting, and there'll be another before the 103rd, and I won't be chairing it, because I've got a bay of 30 in the morning, and 2 of them can't add. Frame goes back on its hook in the passage, whoever's nearest the door." The welder was nearest the door. He got the frame off the chair and got it out into the passage and up on its hook, and the wire had come off one of the screws on the back, so it hung a good hand's breadth down on the left, and he stood under it with his hands on his hips and said what he thought of it, and 3 people going past told him he wanted a driver for that, and he said he wanted a good deal more than a driver for it. And the baker's boy came down off his bench with a driver. Chapter 20. How It Will Govern. The plan was a works drawing of the hall with the seating inked over the top of it in a second hand, and it had been out on the trestle since the forenoon with a straight edge holding one corner down and a mug holding the other. 29. The foreman had a stub of chalk and used it on the deck rather than on the paper. That's what's drawn, and that's what I'll build, and I've had 3 people this week stand where you're standing and tell me it's 26. 23 off the sectors, and 6 reserved to the parties sitting. There's 9 parties. There's 9, and 6 of them are sitting. You'll have put that to the administrator already. She did, and gave me the answer in about 4 seconds, which I'll say for her. The foreman walked the chalk out with his boot for the width and went down on one knee at the end of it. Build the 9. Leave the 3 where they fall. So they're on the drawing and they'll be in the room, and I'd like somebody to write down that I asked twice. The hall had been a bonded store off the administration stair and had the racking scars up both long walls to show for it, and the light in it was better than the panel rooms had ever been, and so far that was the only thing anybody had said in its favor. 2 lads were carrying stanchions in through the short end and laying them down in pairs. A body came in behind them with his coat over his arm and came the length of the hall to the trestle. Chair, before the room fills. A body put 2 fingers on the drawing at the head of it, where the 6 had been inked in a row, raised with a step under them. Take that out. It's the drafting group's instruction. It is, and I sat in the drafting group and said nothing at the time because I was the only party delegate in the room, and it would have looked like a man asking for a better chair. The fingers came off. 6 of us raised, 3 empty places up there with us, everybody else on the floor. I'd rather be argued with at the same height. The foreman wants the platform. The foreman wants the back of the hall to see something, the foreman said from the deck. 29 people flat on a floor in a bonded store, and the 4th row is looking at coats. It's not a preference, it's a sight line. Give me the platform, or give me the long side for the public, and I can't have the long side because that's where the members' doors go, and the rail's nowhere else to be. Then move the doors. Then I lose a week and a set of stanchions, and I'd want somebody who isn't me to have said so out loud. Corrigan got the straight edge off the corner, let the sheet curl, and put it back down flat. Say it's me. Lose the week. Members on the floor, public down the long side where they can see faces, and the parties in the same rows as everybody else, with their names on the backs of the chairs so nobody has to guess. If the drafting group takes it off me on Thursday, you can put the platform back and charge them for both. I'll be charging somebody for both regardless. The foreman marked the deck twice and stood up off his knee with a hand on the trestle. One other thing, while there's a man here who answers things. This hatch isn't a boundary. People keep asking me. It's a door in a store off Core South, and the seal's at the core pressure doors up the stair, same as it always was. If this sector goes, everybody in this room is in it, including the 6 with their names on the chairs. I know that. You know it. Nobody else does. The foreman went off down his chalk line to the next bay. I've had 2 of them ask me whether the chamber seals separately. Grown people. Barack took the chair because the drafting group had asked him to at its first meeting, and nobody had found anything to say against it, and he ran it the same as he ran a shift, on about 9 words an hour. Sittings open. It's not a panel, and nothing carries. The clerk takes what's said, and the drafting group reads it Thursday. Barack kept the slate face down on the boards beside the clerk's book. Chair Corrigan asked for the floor first in writing a week ago. Then the administrator. Then hands. The hall had filled in behind the stanchions while somebody's tea went cold on the window ledge. Delegates down the near side, the trade side along the racking scars, and a rail's worth of people who had come off shifts and kept their coats on. Nadir Oyelaran had a place on the 2nd row and no paper near him. Hedda Nassar sat at the far end of the near side and had been writing since before the sitting opened. Corrigan stayed by the trestle and did not go to the front, because the front of that room did not exist yet, and standing in it would have been a decision. Mine's in one piece, and then I'll sit down, and it isn't about whether there should be a chamber. That was settled at a counter on the 58th by 9 parties and a returning officer, and everybody in this hall queuing on a floor. There is a man on this station this quarter whose life is being decided by an office nobody in this room elected, and that office is not doing anything wrong. People keep leaving that part out. Every counter he has stood at has been correct. The loadmaster is correct. The physician is correct. The warden has been faster than anybody had a right to expect. The register is correct. And the answer he gets, whatever it is, will be given by people who were put where they are by other people, none of whom live here. I don't call that tyranny, and anybody telling you it is hasn't spent an afternoon with the people doing it. I call it a thing nobody can appeal, nobody can vote about, and nobody can be got rid of over. And the alternative on offer isn't a better office, it's a favor. It's somebody knowing which door to stand outside and standing outside it. And that works. I've done it. So what I want out of the standing orders is small. A standard, published, the same at every counter on this station. A determination given in writing with a name on it and the same one the next person through the door gets. And a chamber that has to sit, whether it wants to or not, so there is always a room where somebody can be asked. Corrigan put a hand on the trestle edge and left it there. That's the lot, and it's slower than what we've got. I'd rather tell you now than have you find it out at a counter in the spring. Barack gave it a moment and put his chin at the second row. Administrator. Cade stayed where she was, at the end of the second row, and did not come down the hall. I'll be quick, and I won't be gracious. I've had a fortnight of people being gracious at me, and it hasn't housed anybody. That got about a third of the room, and she went over the top of it. There is going to be a chamber. I issued the writ that makes it, and I'm not going to stand in a store and argue with my own paper. And anybody who came down hoping to watch me do that can go and find something warm. What I'm against is one thing, and I'll say it once. A standard is a cue. That's not an insult, it's a description. You write the standard. Somebody carries their paper to a counter. There is a person at that counter with other people's paper already in front of them, and the standard gets applied in the order the paper arrived. That's better than what this station has now, and I won't pretend otherwise. It's what I'd want for my own household. And it is a queue, and a queue has a length, and not one person in this hall has said what the length is. So here's a case, and you can check every part of it because all of it is written down with an hour against it. 2 sailings back. There are 3 scheduled sailings per station year, and they don't fall evenly, so I'd rather name the sailing than give you a number. The packet was alongside 4 days. There's a woman on trade lower called Hesset. She had a hand and a forearm under a pallet on the lower apron, and the medical section could keep the arm and could not mend it, and the mending was on that packet or it was nowhere. Hesset isn't on a lease. She's lived in her sister's let 6 years. The letting clerk would not certify her domicile, and the letting clerk was right, because there is no line on that certificate for a woman who is simply in the room. The medical service doesn't carry a passenger on the station's account without a certified domicile, and the master doesn't lift one, and I've never known either of them bend it and wouldn't want them to. The refusal was on the Thursday. The next thing that could lawfully have happened was an application at the same counter in the following quarter. What happened instead is that her foreman came up the administration stair and stood outside my door until I came out of something else. I signed a welfare certificate at the second counter inside the hour over the letting clerk's refusal on an authority nobody has ever tested. She sailed on the Sunday. It's in the daybook, the refusals filed beside it, and the clerk who refused still works that counter and will tell you she was right. She was. Hesset came back on the next packet. She's on trade lower this morning, and she has 2 hands. 2 deep along the rail and not a boot shifted. Under what's drafted, none of that happens in 4 days. I've read it twice, and I'd be glad to be shown where I'm wrong. And I'd like the ugly half said by me rather than by somebody kinder afterwards. What I'm defending is a hole in the paper the size of one person's judgment. I've stood in that hole since the founding. I've been wrong in it. Ask Ring 4 about a washdown main. And I've been right in it. And on the 103rd, I'm most likely coming out of it. So be clear what this is. Nothing in it is for me. Leave it for somebody I have not met, who'll be a worse person than any of you would like, and who is going to need to be able to do a thing on a Thursday. I'll finish on the date, because it's the only part of this that isn't an argument. You'll have a chamber on the 103rd. There's a hull on the 111th. That's 8 days. That chamber will never have passed anything. It won't have a clerk who knows where its own paper goes, and it's going to be asked in its first week to do the hardest thing this station has ever asked anybody. I'd like it to be able to. I'm not certain it will be, and neither is the man who wants to run it. And if he stands up now and tells you he is, don't vote for him. Cade sat down before the noise could start, and it did not start. Corrigan took longer over it than was comfortable, and let the room have the discomfort. I'm not answering that quickly. It deserves better, and I haven't got anything that beats it. Everything the administrator has said about Hesset is true and can be checked, and I'd ask people to go and check it. It's the best argument made against me this year. Here's my half. Hesset got onto that packet because Hesset's foreman knew which door to stand outside. That's no criticism of the foreman. It's what I'd have done. It's what I have done for people on my own stretch, and it worked, and I was pleased with myself for a fortnight afterwards. He shifted his hand on the trestle. A station where the answer depends on who you know is a station where the answer depends on whether they like you. It's been all right for 8 years because of who's been behind the door. That's not a system. It's a person, and we've been lucky in the person. You could say the name, Cade said from the second row. It's mine, and I'm sitting here. I could, and then everybody goes home talking about the 2 of us. Corrigan's hand came off the trestle. I'll say the other half instead. I could use the man everybody in this hall has been thinking about since the hour struck. I'm not going to. He's had enough people using him, and he hasn't asked one of us to. His hand went to the inside of his coat, to the sheet folded in there since the 47th, in his own writing, a mother and an aunt and a boy on it, and nobody's permission to read it out. The hand came away. There are others. You haven't got their names, and neither has anybody who wants your vote, and that's rather the point of them. So, the length of the queue, I can't tell you. What I can tell you is that a queue you can see is shorter than a door you don't know is there, and that isn't good enough for the woman standing third in it, and I know it isn't. Hands, Barak said. Nassar had gone on writing through all of it, and turned the page face down on her knee when Barak gave it to her. I'll do my vote first, so nobody has to work out what I'm at, Nassar stood. I'm for the administrator in the chamber ballot. It has nothing to do with democracy, and it isn't a compliment to her either. 9B was built after the 11. 2 path from the drawing every run, and there isn't a household in my sector that doesn't know that's what it's living inside. Now look at the sectors that would send you in. Nassar did not turn towards Corrigan and did not soften it. The crowded ones, 91% across all 23, and the ones behind you are running at 94 and 96 with people sleeping in rooms they aren't on a lease for. The first thing a chamber returned by those sectors does is build, not the second thing, the first, in its first year, because that's what the people who put it there will have voted for, and they'll be right to want it. And that office, a half-turn to the second row, has twice told a house it could not put people into a sector until somebody had walked the second path. 10B was one, and it stood empty a season for it, and she took the row for that on her own in a year when there were people waiting on a let all over this station. That's a fair account, Cade said. I'd have put it less kindly. I'm sure. Nassar picked her sheet up. So here's my price. It's 1 clause, and I've written it because I'm not having it come back at me in somebody else's words on Thursday. Otek had been on his feet at the racking for a while and did not wait for the chair. Before she reads it, there's people on my ring in sublets paying twice a let and sleeping 4 to a room, and I stood in one of them this week. And you're telling me a ring stands empty while 2 men walk a pipe and a clerk prints a record and somebody enters a margin? He had gone red across the cheekbones. Put them in. They'll be alive in there to complain about the paper afterwards. That's how my mother got quarters, and she's still in them, and she carried her own water for a year and a half. That's a fair account, Cade said. I'd have put it less kindly. I'm sure. Nassar picked her sheet up. So here's my price. It's 1 clause, and I've written it because I'm not having it come back at me in somebody else's words on Thursday. Otek had been on his feet at the racking for a while and did not wait for the chair. Before she reads it, there's people on my ring in sublets paying twice a let and sleeping 4 to a room, and I stood in one of them this week. And you're telling me a ring stands empty while 2 men walk a pipe and a clerk prints a record and somebody enters a margin? He had gone red across the cheekbones. Put them in. They'll be alive in there to complain about the paper afterwards. That's how my mother got quarters, and she's still in them, and she carried her own water for a year and a half. Nassar did not lift her head off the sheet. Nobody came off the racking for it. Barak gave it about the length it needed and then put his chin at Nassar. And Otek sat down on the edge of a stanchion crate with his forearms on his knees, and nobody in that hall told him he was wrong. Then I'll read it, Nassar said, and I'd like the candidate to say it back to the room in his own mouth, because a sheet in my hand binds nobody but me. Nassar read it once, flat, at the speed of a woman reading a meter. No new residential environmental sector may be occupied until both independent paths have been physically witnessed, the inspection record published, and the reserve margin entered against its projected population. Say the 3 words, Barak said. I'll say them. Witnessed and not certified, because the certificate on the 4 rings was a good document, and 19 of 22 runs went in single path underneath it, and every plate on every gallery said otherwise. A certificate isn't a look. Somebody with a torch and a name goes down the run and comes back and says what's in it. Published and not filed. Filed means one clerk has read it. Published means the woman on the stretch can read it, and the woman on the stretch is the one who'll be in there. Projected and not design. 6 was sized for a number, and the number went up, and nobody put a meter of pipe in after it, and the margin was entered against the drawing and not against the people. Nassar put the sheet down at her side. And it doesn't give me a veto, and I don't want one. Witness both paths, publish it, enter the margin, and you build, and 9B has nothing whatever to say to you." Corrigan came off the trestle and read it aloud from her sheet, all of it, and put nothing on top of it. Then he took the sheet to the notice board at the hall door and copied the clause onto a blank in his own hand and put his name under it and pinned it up where the shift coming off would walk past it. "That's on a board now," Nassar said. "It is. With your name under it. With my name under it. That goes to the drafting group on Thursday in her hand and not mine, and I'll move it in the chamber if I'm in the chamber, and if I'm not, I'll be at the rail watching whoever does. That's mine then." Nassar sat down and picked the stylus back up. "It doesn't buy my vote. I'm still for her." "I know you are." "You didn't an hour ago. Don't do that." Oyalaran got to him at the stanchions while Barak was taking a hand about the counters. "You've just put a season on 10B and on everything after it," Oyalaran said, low. "Every drawing in the works office goes back behind a walked path, a printed record, and a margin somebody has to sit down and calculate. The people who'll put you in are the ones who'll be waiting for it, in the rooms Otek was describing. He was 10 feet from me. I'd have wanted a fortnight to price that before anybody said yes to it in a public hall. You'd have wanted a fortnight, and you'd have got a better clause, and it would have arrived in the spring." Corrigan said it harder than he meant to, and did not take it back. "It's done." Oyalaran put both hands in his pockets, went back to the second row and sat down, and that was the end of it for the evening. Ilsa Morrow had come in at the short end during Nassar and stood through the rest of it, and when Barak gave her the floor, she came 4 paces down the long side so the rail could hear. "Short, and I'm not lodging anything and not standing for anything, and everything I'm about to say is in my house's interest, which I'd like read as exactly that. You're arguing about how the chamber acts. Spend an hour on what it can't undo. Every settlement on this station is worth what somebody believes will still be true in 4 years. A body that can reopen anything it likes on a vote of 15 is worth less to me than an appointed office, not more. Put a rule in your standing orders about what takes more than 15 to unpick, and put it in before any of you know who the 15 are. That is my entire commercial interest, and I've no other." "Noted," Barak said. "One more, and then I'll get out of the foreman's road." Morrow had not opened the folio under her arm. "The clause the 9B delegate has just read. My houses will build to it from this quarter, on every drawing we hold, whatever this hall decides, and whether anything is ever passed. Both paths walked, the record published at our cost, the margin entered against the projected number. It goes to the drafting group in writing tomorrow." Nassar's stylus kept going. "That's generous," Barak said, in the voice of a man reading a gauge. "It isn't. An inspection record I've published is a defense, and one I've filed is a liability, and I've had 4 years to learn the difference." Morrow shifted the folio. "And I know what my saying so does to that clause tonight. There's no version where I keep quiet and it comes out better in a fortnight." Otek was up off the crate. "That's the second time this month the houses have got out in front of a thing before anybody's voted on it," he said. "That's Morrow's clause now. It went in as 9B's, and it'll be on a sheet by morning as the concessions, with his name on the same line, same as the last one." "It's mine," Nassar said, without standing. "It's in my hand, it goes to the drafting group in my hand, and I'll be in the chamber when it's moved. She can build to whatever she likes. You'll be on the sheet as well then. I've been on sheets. The 6C delegate had been writing since the clause and laid the stylus flat across the top of her page. Barack had the hand before it was properly up. Short, and it isn't about the clause, and it isn't about the houses. She stood with the coat still buttoned as she had at every sitting since there had been sittings. 8 years ago, I stood up at a panel table and asked what a certificate was worth, and where a person went to ask that. The chair said he couldn't answer it and had the question minuted in my words. That was the correct thing to do, and I've never once held it against him. It's in the book. I've read it since. I've asked it in 4 rooms since then. In 2 of them, I was thanked for asking. I'm not making anything of it. I've carried it a long time, and I'd like to put it down somewhere. One hand went on to the back of the chair in front of her. Where do we ask it? The lads at the short end had stopped, with a stanchion between them. My office can't answer that, Cade said from the second row. It couldn't in the year 11 people died in your ring, and it can't this evening. I've told you so to your face twice, and I'm not going to invent something at this hour with a poll on. I know. That's why I've stopped asking you. Corrigan came round the end of the trestle and went up the long side towards her, rather than answering it from the front. In there, he said. In that room, when the foreman's finished it. You stand up in it and put that question to whoever's holding the executive, on the floor, in front of 28 other people and everybody at the rail. And he answers it on his feet, or he says out loud that he won't. And either of those goes in the book with his name against it and the date on it. And anybody who wants it can read it. You, a stall press, a party's committee on the far side of the wound. And if the answer's no good, 15 of you take the office off him, and nobody's permission is wanted, and nobody's government has to be written to. Corrigan stopped 4 feet short of her chair. That's what I've got. It isn't a bench, and it isn't an inspector, and it doesn't get you an answer on the Thursday. It's a room where somebody has to stand up and say something back to you. The delegate stayed on her feet a moment with the stylus still in her hand. That's an answer, she said. I've not had one before. I'll want to sit with it a while, and I'd rather not do that in here. The bag went up onto her shoulder. One more, and it's not for either of you. When it's built, which door do I come in by? I've been in 3 rooms this year where the only road in was behind the platform, and I had to walk down the front of everybody to get to a chair. Nobody at that end of the hall answered, because nobody at that end of the hall knew. The foreman came off his knee at the 3rd bay with the chalk still in his hand. Long side, 3rd bay down. There'll be 2 of them, and they'll both be members' doors, because the platform's coming out, and there'll be nothing left to come in behind. He put a mark on the deck with the side of his boot. Public's at the short end off the gallery stair. You won't be walking down the front of anybody. That'll do, she said, and went out past the stanchions with her coat still buttoned. Somebody wants to tell me about that rail before Thursday, the foreman said, to the hall generally, and got back down at the next bay and started again. Chapter 21. Unverified Claimant. The order came out of the wrapper already opened once, along a fold made at somebody else's counter, and the welfare clerk put it flat on the bench under the lamp and turned it to face the room before she read a word of it. Ati, welfare counter, I do the countersigns. It counts as served from the moment I've read it aloud, so that is what I am doing first. Sina had the cards apart in 2 halves for a shuffle and left them apart. Order of transfer, welfare. Patient, Sina. Age at examination, 7. Date of birth, that field's ruled through and initialed by the physician, and I'm reading the ruling out because a ruled field is part of the instrument. Condition and treatment window as certified by this section. Reference on the sheet. Sailing, M.V. Almoner, Master, Veit, the 111th. Custody, the transferring medical service, from the ramp head at this station until discharge at the receiving hospital. Consent to treatment given by the officer of that service under this order and under nothing else. Ilyas had another folder open at his own bench and did not turn round for any of it. Head of the sheet reads Unaccompanied Minor Patient, Ati said. That's the class of order. There isn't a second class, and I'm not going to pretend at you that there is. Den had come round to read it upside down, and went down the blocks in the order they were printed rather than the order she was reading them out. Issue block, the physician's name and his section number. Countersign block, the welfare power at the head of it, a name he did not know, a date. Then the ruled acknowledgement at the foot of the second sheet, a hand's width of white with parent or guardian printed under the rule. Ati took a steel edge out of her case, laid it across that block, drew one line through it corner to corner, and put her initials against the line. That's the part people ask me about, so I'll say it before you do. A blank block on a served order is a block somebody fills in later at the other end of a run, in good faith, because a form with a gap in it looks like an oversight to whoever picks it up. So it gets struck, and struck by the officer serving, and initialed. She capped the pen. It isn't about you. I do it on everyone. I know what it's about. Then that's the order. The foot of it is the part that's yours. She turned the second sheet round with one finger. Notice to persons traveling on the same sailing who are not party to this order. Name as given, Den. One name, and that's how it's come through from the root side, and if that's wrong, say so now. That's how it is. Status. Ati had the stylus over the field. It takes claimant or witness. That's the two words the block prints, and I can't put a third in it. What's the difference? A witness is somebody's witness. Ati held it there. Claimant's a man who says a thing and hasn't been able to prove it yet. Unverified goes in front of it because that's the standing print. Then it's that. Ati wrote it and turned the sheet and brought the service book up out of the case. The service book was a stiff-covered thing with 2 entries to a page and a carbon between, and she made her own certificate out in it that she had read the order in his presence in this room at this hour, and the hour went in from the section's clock and not from her own. There was no line under it for him. Ati signed her own and turned the carbon back. "Give me the reference off that," Den said. "Off the service or off the order?" "Both." Ati read them out, and he wrote them on the back of the section card, small and upright, and she waited for him to finish rather than talking over the writing. "I'll tell you what they're worth. The order's reference gets you the order. The service reference says a document was read to a man on a day, and it holds against anybody who says it wasn't, and nobody says it wasn't. It's a number, and it's got my name against it. I've been on this station since the 6th, and it's the first one." Ati put the book down and went at the last of it. "Where do you want your copy sent?" "The block by the ramp." "That isn't an address. It's a berthing block, and there's no names on the doors of it." Ati turned the sheet round so it faced neither of them. "A served copy goes to the party's entered address off the register. There's nothing entered against you, so I can't post it, and I can't hold it at my own counter for a man who isn't on my list, so it comes down here to the section, and you collect it off their clerk. It'll be here Thursday." "Then don't send it." "It gets sent." "Then don't send it, don't hold it, don't put it in a pigeonhole with my name on the front, and have a clerk hand it over a counter like a parcel. I've had this since the 6th, and there hasn't been one of you who wasn't sorry about it. Every counter I've been sent up to has had a face on and a voice for it, and a thing they were very sorry they couldn't do. And you'll go off tonight and walk to a door that's got your name on the outside of it, and put your bag down, and you won't think about the pair of us again before you've got your coat off. And I don't blame you for that. That's what people do. that's what I'd do, but don't stand in this room and ask me for an address." Sina had the two halves of the deck flat on her knees and both hands off them. Ati let it be there. Then she got the order back into its wrapper and the service book into the case and the case shut on both catches. "I've got you as claimant on the manifest," she said. "If you want that as witness instead, you've until the 111th to say so. And you say it at the welfare counter, and not to this section, because this section can't change my block." She put the case under her arm. "Thursday for the copy. It'll be with their clerk and not on a shelf." Down the corridor, the transfer door went twice, and then the noise of the forenoon came back the length of the banding. Den stood with both hands on the edge of the bench and his weight through them. Sina got down off her stool with the cards in one fist and came and put her chin on the bench beside the sheet because the sheet was still there and nobody had told her not to. "Is that it?" "That's it." "Can I read it?" Den turned it round for her and moved the lamp a hand's width, and she got a finger under the first line and went along it, as she did with anything printed. "That's my name." "That's yours." The next line took her 2 goes. She got the front of the word and the middle of it and lost the end. Unaccompa. Unaccompa. She had it the second time and put her finger on it. "What is it?" "On your own." "I'm not." "No," Den said. Sina stayed where she was with her chin on the bench and worked her finger along under the line and did not go on to the next one. "Where's yours?" Den put a finger on the foot of the second sheet, at the notice, and she came round the corner of the bench to be on his side of it, and read that one out loud from the beginning of the block, and got to the 2 words in the status field and stopped at the second one. Claimant. What's a claimant? Somebody who says a thing's his and hasn't got the paper to show it. Sina read it once more to herself with her mouth going. "What did you say was yours?" "You," Den said. Sina took that. Then she came back at it from the side, because she had been getting at things from the side all month. "Are you on the ship?" "Yes." "Then it's all right." There was nowhere to put that down. Den got the second stool round with his foot and sat on it, so that he was under her rather than over her, and did it plainly, because she had asked plainly. "It isn't. I'm on the ship and I'm on it the whole run, and you'll have me where you can see me. At the far end they take you off it, and they take you through a door, and I don't go through the door. Anything that wants deciding after that, somebody there decides it." "Who?" "Somebody there. I don't know his name." "Does he know me?" "No." Sina had the card still in her fist, and had crushed a corner of the deck out of true without doing anything about it. "Then why does he get to—" "Stop." Sina stopped. Out at the counter, the section's clerk called a name and got no answer, and called it again, and somebody's chair leg went across the deck, and Ilyas turned a page over at his own bench and marked it. Den got the spine column out of the pocket of her coat where it lived, and the loose piece with it, and put the piece back on the lace and worked the lace end through it with his thumbnail, and it took him a while because the left hand did not close as far as the right and had not for years. Sina stood and let him do it. When he handed it back, she took it in the hand that had the cards in it and went and sat down on the stool by the wall. Dree came as far as the doorframe with the round list. "The woman off 2 who's been coming about the cough, she's back and she's brought the husband, and the husband's the one that's coughing. Then it's the husband I want, and I will have him after this." Ilyas did not get up. "And put her in the room with him. She has walked down here twice on his account, and she is not standing in a corridor for it." Dree went. "You had 2 of these come back," Den said. "You told me that in this room. The boy off the hull and the girl in ring 4. "I did." "You'd have stood at the ramp head for both of them and handed them over and gone back up your corridor and got on with a list." "I did that as well." Ilias closed the folder over his hand and left it closed and turned round on the stool at last. "Ask me what you came down for." Den had the card with the 2 references on it and turned it over once and put it away. "What happens if I get on the ship?" "There's more." "If I don't hand her over, if I go up that ramp with her and don't put her into anybody's hands, and if I get to the far end and stand at whatever counter they've got there and say I'm her father and I'm not moving, then I will give it to you in the order it happens, because the answer changes at each place and men take the first part for all of it." Ilias put the folder down flat beside him. "Getting on, nothing happens. The claimant's berth exists. It isn't dear. You buy it, and you go up behind her, and you sit where she can see you, and nobody on that hull troubles you once between here and there. That part is already yours, and nobody is taking it off you. The ramp head at this end is the first place it can go. I hand her over at the ramp head to the ship's people. If you are holding her when I do it, not a struggle, nothing anybody would call a struggle, a man who does not let go, then they do not fight you either. Master Writ does not sail with a patient in custody that a man is disputing at his ramp. He answers for that at the other end and at every port after it, and he has run this service a long time. So he takes her off his manifest. He does it standing there, and it does not take him long. She does not sail. The man on 7C goes up one place that afternoon and sails on the 111th, because that is what the list is for. And after that, the next one is the 233rd. Say I let go. Say you let go, and the run is ordinary, and you both get there. Then it goes at the second place. The admitting officer reads the order before he takes her off the ship's people, and the order names a service. A man in that hall saying he is her father is a person making a claim about a patient in custody, and nobody argues with a claim at an admissions desk. They write it down. It goes on her file as a claim asserted at admission by a person not identified, and then their civil side opens on her, not on you. And that is the part men do not expect, because an unresolved claim about a child in custody is a thing their law makes them look at. While it is open, you are off the ward, because a ward with an open claim on a patient does not carry visitors it cannot name. And the thing that shuts it is a determination out of the authority the child came from. That is this station. This station has not got one. And they'd write to you. They would write to me, and I would answer it honestly and the same day. My honest answer is the sheet in the bottom of your bag, and you have had that sheet a good while, and you know what it does. So the first thing anybody writes down about her is me. Yes. Den sat with it. 122 days if I hold on at this end, he said. And her file opened against me if I don't. That is the 2 of them. Right. It is not a plan, Ilias said. Do not walk up that banding with it as one. I have watched a man take an answer like that away and turn it into an intention inside a fortnight, and I would rather say it while you are in the room. It isn't one. No. Ilias got up, put the folder back on the shelf where it went, and stopped in the doorframe, because there was a man with a cough in the second room. The copy comes down here Thursday, and their clerk will have it. Do not send her for it. The light on the section side was still going, and the fault slip for it had been in since before the interval. Senna came off the stool and had the bag up off the floor before Den had come round the bench for it, and he took it off her at the door before she was through it. Her hand went up onto the wall rail at the section head and stayed on it, and she took the banding at her own pace, with the column and the crushed deck in the other fist. A trolley came up the other way with two on it, and Den put his back against the wall to let it through, and Senna stood in beside him with her hand still on the rail and waited it out, and when it had gone by, she went on. Chapter 22. The 13th Annotation. The volume list taped to the front of the open cabinet had been typed out once in the founding year and written on by hand ever since. The amendments had come down it a line at a time, reached the foot of the sheet, and gone onto a second sheet taped under the first, and the tape at the top corner of that one had started to curl already. Jos had the drawer out and the circular flat on the cabinet top, because the knight's statements were along the bench under the lamp, and she was not shifting those to make room for a printed slip. Offices are asked to identify any matter presently held for want of a body competent to receive it. Reference, date opened, and the reason it is held. Returns to the clerk of the drafting group before Thursday. The same print had gone to every office on the station. Joint securities came up from the counter with the daybook at the head of the watch, and the daybook clerk had put a pencil tick against it before he handed it over, because a circular with a date on it gets a tick. The return ran to 2 lines. Reference, the year opened, the reason it is held. 2 lines in her own hand would be Jos on the subject of her own file. The page ran to one side, and a man at a table could get through it inside a minute. So the file went down with the return. The enclosure came out of it first, 1 sheet, her own writing, living people's names on it, lodged there earlier in the year with a daybook slip on the top. Jos took the sheet and the slip across to the counter and had the clerk key it out of 14/9 and into a reference of its own, and she sealed it herself and put it in the closed cabinet across the aisle, in among the volumes with people's names in them. She had the clerk run a second copy off the sealed reference before it went in, and put that one in a wallet with the drafting group's clerk named across the front and a line under the name saying it was lodged to the group and not to the sitting. Sabri came up while the clerk was still inking the new reference onto the seal. "That's out of yours, then." "It is." "Then it goes on the list, and better in your hand than mine. Nobody's seen that reference before, and the first person to argue about it is going to argue with whoever wrote it down. First useful thing anybody said to me today." Jos put it on the second sheet under the last amendment with the hour after it. "Names of people who have done nothing stay in this building." Sabri held the top of the list down with 2 fingers while she wrote. "Does it come back with anything on it?" "No idea. It goes down. That's all I know." Signing the file out took longer than the walk down was going to. The daybook took the reference, the hour, the body it was going to, the officer carrying it, and a line for the hour it came back, left blank. Sabri ruled the volume list where the file had been and put the destination in beside it, and got it straight the first time. 2 men off the ramp side had been going at each other at the counter since before the bell about a handcart, and neither of them wanted the cart. Each of them wanted the other one told. The clerk had given them the sector office twice. Jos came out, took both names, said the officer who takes statements came on at the second bell, and told them the bench outside was free until then, and that they were not to sit on the same end of it. They both said that was fair. They both sat down. On the traffic floor, the almoner's call-on was up on the boards with the gangs listed against her, and men stood in front of it reading with their coats over their arms. The second gang had gone to the next man down while the paper was still in Sahi's coat. He had said 1 sentence about it at the table and had not started a second one since, and he was on the crane. 2 tables had been put end to end at the short end of the hall, under the one light finished enough to work by, and the drafting group sat along one side so the floor stayed clear for the men bringing doors up the long side. The foreman's chalk was still on the deck under the table legs. The platform had gone, and the racking scars were painted. They had been at it since the forenoon. A mug stood at every man's elbow. The crusts of somebody's dinner were on a plate at the far end, and they were a chair short, because the foreman had taken one away at the interval for a trestle and had not brought it back, and was not going to be asked for it twice. A body had a proof sheet held up at arm's length, and was reading it out to nobody in particular. It gives a list of things, and it does not say how they stand to one another. The first clerk who reads that will tick down the list and hand the form back over the counter. Then he's a clerk you take off a counter, Oyeleran said. He is a clerk with a queue behind him. Both of you put it to the clerk, and he can have it in the record, Barak said from the chair, and got his slate off his knee and turned it over. Returns. The bundle he had was no thicker than his own hand. Most of the offices had sent nothing, and Barak said so, and said it was what he would have sent himself. The relay had returned a line about a bond nobody had ever come for. Joint Security had sent a woman with a file under her arm. Yas came up to the end of the table and stayed on her feet at it because there was no chair on her side and she was not there long enough to want one. Ref 14/9. Administrative omission and non-interdiction. It's in the maintenance volume because no other volume covers it, and a file has to go somewhere. Opened in the founding year, off a recital one of the signatory parties wrote into the compact. 1 page. It's mine, and it comes out of that drawer once a year. The page went along the table. A body had it second, read the head of it, and then went down to the foot and gave the routing out loud because the group's clerk had asked him for it. Held. No receiving body constituted. And then turned it flat on the table under his hand and left it alone. The clerk had his record open and his stylus down on the leaf, and asked, without lifting his head, for the reference of the body it had been sent to. There isn't one. My column wants something in it. Nothing goes in it, Yas said. There has never been anything to put there. Oyeleran had the page next, and held it out at the length of his arm the same as a body had. This is the returned man. His matter is this year's. That page is 12 years old, and he is not on it. Corrigan came round the end of the table to read it the right way up, and stopped behind the clerk's shoulder with a hand on the back of the chair, and stayed there over it long enough for the men on the long side to get a leaf up onto its pins and swear at it. Read me the head again. A body read the head again. Right. Corrigan took his hand off the chair. I'll say the part that's mine first, because there's a clerk in the room, and I'd rather it went down here than get found out at a counter in the spring. I've been telling people the standard was the job. Publish it, the same one in every sector, a determination in writing with a name at the bottom of it, and a room where anybody can stand up and ask. I said that in this hall with people at the rail, and I was pleased with it. A standard does not receive anything. It's a rule. Somebody has to pick a file up, put the rule against it, and sign under it, and there is nobody in my draft whose job that is. A counter in every sector, and every one of them entitled to do exactly what this building did, hold it correctly, and go on holding it. You've got a chamber, Oyeleran said. That's what the chamber's for. That's what I told a delegate in this hall, and she'll have carried it home and told her ring. Corrigan put 2 fingers on the page where it lay in front of the clerk. A chamber is a room. You stand up in it and ask, and somebody has to say something back to you. It cannot receive that. They can debate it on a Thursday and go to their dinners, and that field at the foot of it is exactly where it was this morning. Barack had not moved his slate. That's one thing. You said the part that's yours. There's a second, and it's worse, and I'd have got it wrong on Thursday without ever knowing. Corrigan straightened off the clerk's shoulder. I'd have written an appeal. Appeal against a determination, and everybody in this room would have nodded at it, because that's the shape the word comes in. Say I write it tonight and it passes. Where does that page go? Nowhere, a body said. Nowhere. Nobody determined anything against it, so there's nothing to appeal. It goes back in her drawer, inside something brand new that everybody in this hall is pleased with, and I stand at a rail telling people it works. The clerk had stopped writing. Barack put his chin at him, and he started again. Two things then, and I want them in Thursday's paper so that anybody minded to take them out has to do it in front of people. One, somebody whose job it is to answer at first instance, in writing with a name at the bottom and the same name for the next person up the stair, not a counter in every sector, one office. Two, a body that can take a thing nobody has determined, not appeals only, appeals and whatever's been held for want of anywhere to send it. Oyalaran had both hands flat on the table end. Your day's off a poll, and you've just put 2 offices into a bill with no chamber to move it. There's a sheet on every ring by tomorrow with your name on it, and he has appointed himself a government under it, and I'll be the one standing in a mess at 8B explaining what first instance means to men coming off a shift. Then write it so it doesn't want me in it. Whoever moves it, moves it. That's an answer for a hall. I asked you about a fortnight. I know you did, Corrigan said, and left it there. Oyalaran took his hands off the table and sat back, and Barack gave it about as long as it needed and then put his chin at a body. I'll say the useful thing, and my government can read it in your record. A body had the proof sheet down flat and his palm on it. A status invented here has to be honored somewhere else, or it is a comfort for this station and nothing else. My committee has published where it stands on that. Nothing in it is going to honor a standard applied by whichever clerk happened to be on a counter that morning. An office that makes the determination and something above the office that can be gone to, that is a shape a registry off this station can look at and recognize. I am not endorsing your bill. I am telling you which parts of it will be read. That's more than I asked for. It is less than you think it is, a body said. Yas kept her hands on the table edge and let them get on with it. Getting that page out of the drawer had taken her longer this morning than Corrigan had taken over it standing up. The clerk had the page back at his own elbow and had got to the bottom of it. There's a line under the 12th with nothing on it but a date and a set of initials. Day 111. What happened on it? Nothing yet, Yas said. It's the almoner sailing. She's up on the boards on the traffic floor this morning. Down the long side, a door leaf came off the bar and went into the frame with a bang that took the length of the hall. And the foreman said something about the pins, and one of the men said it back to him. Barack waited that out and then put the slate down on the table. One more before you go. The group can take evidence, and it will. We'd want you at the first reading saying what you've just said. A policewoman with a 12-year file is worth a row of delegates on a Thursday, Oyalaran said. I'd have her at the front of the hall and I wouldn't be subtle about it. No. Barack turned the slate over on his knee and went at it once more because he ran a room the same as he ran a shift. You wouldn't be long in it. I take statements. I've never given one, in this building or any other, and I'd want a better reason than Thursday. Yas put her hand flat on the page where it lay and turned it round to the clerk. Take the file. Every line on it has a date and an hour, and it can all be checked by somebody who was not in the room, which is more than I could give you on my feet. The file doesn't answer questions. Then the questions are for somebody who can answer them. Corrigan started to say something and got as far as her name and left the rest of it, and went round to the far side of the clerk instead. The clerk made the receipt out in the record and read it back before he tore it off, the reference, the head of the file, the hour, and the group it was lodged with. He had the reference as 4/9. 14, Yoss said, 14/9. Do it again and I'll wait. The clerk did it again, and Yoss read the second one before she took it, and that one was right. Write the 2 while I'm here, Corrigan said to him over the top of it. Not the wording, the 2 things, so they're on the paper Thursday. The clerk had his stylus up and asked what to head them. I haven't got a name for either of them. Leave the heads blank, Barack said, Thursday. Yoss put the receipt inside her coat and went out down the long side. The 2 men at the second door had the leaf up on the bar between them, and one of them put a hand out to hold it steady while she came past, and she took the short end stair at a good pace, because the pair off the ramp side would be on that bench at the second bell, and one of them was going to have moved. Chapter 23, 15:14. 7A came up at the 4th hour with both its sworn counters carrying the sheet between them like something that would spill. Return made, signed by the pair of us, sealed in the hall, counterfoil bags behind. The taller of them put it down on the trestle and stood back off it. The returning officer read it through before she let anybody say anything about it, turned it a quarter towards her clerk, and then gave it to the floor. 7A returns its member. That is 9 of 23. The clerk entered it and drew his rule under the line, and a stall lad went off up the ramp at a run to get it onto a board before anybody else had it. Corrigan had been at the rail since the second bell, and had stopped being asked things about an hour into it. 60-odd people stood on the traffic floor with no business there, and the boards above the counter carried 9 sector names in chalk and 14 blanks. The member returned for 9A had come up with her own hall sheet and had not gone home afterwards. Good coat, and she had been standing in it 2 hours. I'll say it here, and I'll say it again in the room, so nobody can tell me later I only said it when it suited me. One hand on the rail. There are 2,080 people in my sector. There are 460 in the voids. That is 1 member each. That is 1 member each, the officer said. More than 4.5 of mine to 1 of hers. I've done it twice on paper and once with a clerk who does it for a living. No heat in her anywhere. She had come to it as she would have come to a metering fault. I'm not saying a word against anybody down there, and I'd thank the floor not to put one in my mouth. My ring built after the 11 and built to it, and a good part of it standing empty, and the people in it count for less at that table than anybody else on this station. Somebody sat down and made that. Nobody sat down and made it. The officer had her book open at the objections leaf and had opened it before the woman finished. The sectors are the volumes this station can seal. Your ring is 1 because a door shuts round it, and the voids are 1 because a door shuts round them, and those doors are where the pressure put them and not where a roll would have. I did not draw it, and neither did either candidate. That doesn't answer it. No. So here's what does, and it's in the paper you queued to be entered on. There's a census, and after the census, the seats are drawn against it, and that's not a promise made by anybody standing in this hall. The 9 put it in the instrument before any of us knew which side of it we'd be on. The pen was already going. Your objection goes in my book in your own words, and I'll read it at the return if you want it read. I do. Then I will. Malek sat on the end of the trestle with the Void's empty counterfoil bag folded on her knee, waiting on her own haul like everybody else. "You can have the 460, she said, "and the road out of them. It's one road, and it's the one you'd all be coming up if the doors went." The 9A member said she had not meant it personally, and Malek said she knew, and the officer called the next hall, and nothing was settled at that rail by anybody. Corrigan stayed where he was and let the officer have it. 3 people on his own stretch had put the same thing to him from the other end this month and got no better out of him. Lotte came along the rail with her daughter, who had reached the counter's rope by a route nobody had authorized and had been moved off it twice by a sworn counter who was enjoying it. "She's been told," Lotte said. "I'm behind the rope." Cray had both elbows on the rail and her chin down on them. "I want to see them break the seal. They do it with a thing like a spike." "They do it with a thing like a spike," the officer said, going past with a bag under her arm, "and you can watch it from there, and if you're on the wrong side of that rope again, you'll watch it off the gallery stair with everybody else's grandmother." Cray watched it from where she was, twice, and went off with her mother towards the ramp arguing about food before they were out of the light. 6B came up at the 5th hour, carried by a plant hand and a letting clerk, both sworn that morning, and neither of them having counted anything in their lives before that afternoon. The officer read it and gave it to the floor without decorating it, and the 20 or so off the bypass stretch made a noise that lasted the length of it and then stopped, and a woman at the back of them who had paid somebody else's plant draw for 4 years put both hands up over her head once and put them down again. 6B returns its member, 10 of 23. The officer had the next bag already. "Chair Corrigan, you'll need to stop being Chair anything by the time I read the last of these, because I've got nothing to call you, and it's going to sound foolish in a room." "I'll be a member." "You'll be a member for about a quarter of an hour," she said, and went off along the trestle. Core South counted in the long room off the administration stair, under 2 lamps and a third somebody had gone and got, and the hall held more people than the traffic floor because half the sector worked in the sector and had come up out of their own counters to stand at the back of somebody else's. Corrigan came in at the gallery door and went no further than the second stanchion. The sorting had been done twice by then, and the officer's deputy waited on the 2 sworn counters to be sure rather than quick. Nobody in that room needed the sheet. The trays had been visible the whole way down. The deputy read it, and it was not close, and the noise came up off the floor and off the walls behind it and ran a great deal longer than anybody had decided it would. Cade stayed at the side of the table and put a hand up once, flat, not high, as a person stops a trolley, and it did nothing at all, and she let it go on. A woman off the second counter, 60 or so, still in the apron she had worked her shift in, had gone at the eyes and was furious about it and would not turn round, and the 2 either side of her had the sense to keep looking at the table. Then Cade went down the line of the sworn counters and took each of them by the hand and said something short into each of them, and the 4th one laughed, and none of it carried 40 feet to a stanchion at the back. Cade came off the end of the line, got her coat, and did not go up onto anything to speak from. "Trade lowers counting under 1 lamp," she said to the deputy in the ordinary voice. "There's 3 in the store off this stair. Get 2 of them down there inside the quarter hour. Biggest hall on the station and the worst light in it, and they'll be at it till the 6th. Administrator, they'll be at it till the 6th, and I'd like somebody to be able to see. That's all I'm asking for." 2 lamps went down to trade lower. The hall behind her went on making its noise, and Cade stood inside it finishing her work. Corrigan went out by the gallery door before she got to the end of the room. Oyaleran was on the stair with his hands in his pockets. 8B read out an hour ago behind him. "Don't ask me." "I hadn't." "You were going to." 4 people have told me tonight they know how it goes, and not one of their lists is the same list. Oyelaren came down 2 steps and stopped level. I counted for a fortnight and got a different answer every time, and about the 4th time round, I worked out that the people I was counting hadn't decided either. So I'll go in and vote and find out with everybody else. That's the first honest thing anybody said to me since the forenoon. Oyelaren went on up the stair. The voids are still counting. They came off shift at the 2nd, and the officer wouldn't start them before their own people were through the door, and she was right, and it'll be the 4th bell before anybody sits down. The passage outside the hall still had the store's hooks in the deckhead, and the members' stores were in the long side at the 3rd bay, 2 of them, the paint on them not a fortnight old. The 6C delegate stood between them with her coat buttoned and her bag on her shoulder, and put a hand out flat as Corrigan came past, not at him, at the deck beside him. "Stay there a minute. I'm not going anywhere." "You are, and I'd rather you didn't." Her eyes were past him, up the passage. "She's coming down." Cade came down the passage on her own, with her coat over her arm, and stopped when she reached the pair of them, and did not ask what she had walked into. "Administrator, delegate, I've said this to 2 people in my own sector, and to the man beside you a fortnight ago, and to nobody else on this station, and I'm not having you get it off a roll in a room with the public in." The delegate had not moved her feet since Cade stopped. "I'm voting for him." "All right. I'd rather say why to your face than behind your back. You told a hall on the 85th that your office couldn't answer my question, and that it couldn't in the year my ring lost 11 people. That's the only straight answer anybody has given me on this station in 8 years, and I'm using it against you tonight, and I want you to know I know that's what I'm doing." Cade stood with the coat over her arm and waited her out. "There's a plate on my ring walk with 11 names cut in it and 2 more written under them, and everybody says 11. I've people in 6C who are citizens of none of the 9 and never will be, who are on that roll because they've slept in my sector past the quarter, and who've been governed 10 years by parties that never sent a man to stand in a corridor and be argued with." The bag came off her shoulder and went down against her boot. "I don't want a better office. I've had good offices. I want a room I can walk into and put it to somebody who has to open his mouth and answer, with his name written against whatever comes out of it. And if what comes out is no good, then I'll need 15 of us, and I'll go and get them." Cade shifted the coat onto the other arm. "Your face is due its boundary test, and I've got the fitters standing," she said. "It'll want your plant down for a morning either way. Do you want them tomorrow or the day after?" The delegate did not miss a beat on it. "Tomorrow." "Then they'll come tomorrow, and the notice goes on your board tonight, so your shift reads it instead of being told it." Cade put her coat on properly, one arm and then the other, and got the collar out from under it herself. "I'll see you inside." Off she went down the passage towards the short end and the gallery stair, and not in by the members' doors, because the members' doors were not for another quarter of an hour yet. Corrigan had not said one word from the start of it to the end. The delegate picked her bag up off the deck. "Don't start now," she said. "You'd only make it into something you'd earned." The strap went up onto her shoulder. "You've got my vote. You haven't got my good opinion, and no speech is getting you it. Do a thing, and I'll look at it." The hall took the 29 at a squeeze, with the public up at the short end off the gallery stair, 40 deep and standing, the foreman's rail across the front of them, and the foreman himself at the end of it with his arms folded, watching the rail rather than the room. No platform. Members on the deck, 6 rows of chairs in a broken square, a printed card on the back of every chair, and 3 of the cards at the far end with nobody under them. The returning officer took the clerk's table at the open end, the only table in the room, and set her numbered book on it with the box of seals beside it. 23 members returned by the sectors this evening, and 6 seated by the parties under the addendum. That is 29, and nothing carries in this room under 15, including this. The roll lay in front of her, and she did not pick it up. One question is before the chamber, and it is the only one I'm authorized to put. Who holds the civil executive? I'll call the roll in the order the sectors sit in the instrument, and then the reserved seats. You give me a name and nothing else. Anybody wanting to say why may say it after I've declared, and I'd rather you did. Somebody at the rail asked whether it was a secret ballot and was told, with no edge on it, that it was not, and that every member would go home having been watched saying a name out loud, and that this was the point. Ring 3. Cade. Ring 4. Barack did not get up for it. Cade. 5A. Corrigan. 5B came the same, and 6A behind it, and Corrigan kept the count in his head for as long as it stayed easy, which lasted him about as far as his own row. 6B. Saying his own name into a quiet room was worse than he had allowed for. He got it out in the voice he had used at the counter on the 58th and put nothing on top of it. 6C. The delegate had her coat buttoned. Corrigan. 7A and 7B came to him one behind the other. 7C went to Cade, from a man in a plant coat who had walked up from the industrial face and had told 2 people at the rail on his road in exactly why. 8A. Then 8B. Oyaleran, on his feet for it, alone in that, saying the name like a man who had waited 2 years for there to be a room standing round him when he opened his mouth. 9A. Cade. The good coat. She had her objection read out at the return exactly as promised, and had gone and stood with her counters afterwards. 9B. Hedda Nassar got up with a folded sheet in her hand and did not open it. Corrigan, and the clause is why, and it's on a board with his name under it in his own hand, and if it comes back into this room changed by 1 word, I'll be the first person up in it. Name only, delegate. You've had the name. 10A went to Cade, 10B after it. Core North, from one of the old core pair, angled a few degrees at the other as they had angled at each other for 8 years. Then Core South, and Cade said her own name into the room with not a scrap of apology attached to it, and about 4 people in that hall had the sense to take it for what it was. Trade Upper came to him. Trade Lower. Ilma Bren had come up off the apron and had sat where the chair with her card on it was, and not with the trade side. She gave the name flat, at deck pitch, to the officer's table and to nothing else in the room. Corrigan. Deck 12 went to Cade, and throat side behind it, and by then Corrigan had lost the count somewhere around the old core and had stopped trying to get it back. The voids. Milek had the end chair of the near row. She had come up off a shift and had not been home. Cade. The officer's clerk had the tally and gave it to her without being asked for it. That's the 23 sectors, 12 and 11. She let the room have it, and the rail took a moment longer than the floor. The reserved seats. 6 of the 9 parties sitting, and 3 chairs that stay where they are while anybody in here can see them. The 6 went in the order the addendum set for them, and came out 3 and 3, and Abadi's was the 4th called, and he gave it to Cade. 15 and 14, the officer said. The majority required is 15. I declare Doran Corrigan elected to the civil executive of the Cairn. Something started at the rail, and did not catch, because the officer was still on her feet. I'll finish, and then you can do as you like. She was writing while she said it. "The writ is discharged, and my commission is out at midnight. Spell your name for me, member. This is the only book on the station that says how tonight happened, and I'll not have it wrong in that." Corrigan gave her the letters one at a time, and she took them down at the speed he gave them, tore at the perforation, and passed the numbered copy across the table. Cade was up before the book was shut. "One thing, and then I'll sit down. And it isn't a concession, because nobody's asked me for one, and I haven't got one to give." She had not come out of her row. "I don't withdraw a word of what I said in that store. Not the case, not the queue, not the length of it. This station has done a thing tonight it'll be glad of, and, taken something out of its own hand, it's going to want back inside a year. And I'd have said both with the count the other way round. The count is the count. I'll sit where it put me, and I'll be a nuisance from there." Down she sat. Nobody in that hall came over to her, and she made it easy for none of them. A body stood next and took the floor by putting 2 fingers up off his knee and waiting. Very short, and it's for the boards rather than for this room. 3 reserved seats went to the member elected and 3 to the administrator. Mine did not go to him. The folio stayed shut on his knee. By the second bell tomorrow, somebody will have printed that the parties chose this station's executive. They did not. 6 of us voted and settled nothing. The 23 settled it at 12 to 11, and I'd like that in the officer's book tonight rather than in a correction in a fortnight. My government has had it from me in the same words, and will like it a great deal less than you do." "It's entered," the clerk said. The foreman came off his rail while the floor was still standing about, got to the officer's table ahead of everybody, and asked whether he could have his stanchion crates out of the short end now, because they belonged to a bay on deck 12, and he had been charged twice for their absence. Bren caught Corrigan at the member's door with her coat already over her arm. "You'll want it said, so I'll say it. That was Trade Lower's vote and not mine, and I'd have given it either way because it's the sector's and I'm not the sector." Her voice was down where it did not have to travel. "There's a hull on the 111th. That's 8 days from this evening. That room has no standing orders, no clerk, and it's never passed one thing in its life. And every hand on the lower apron watched you get what you wanted tonight. I know all of that." "Then I won't say it twice," Bren said, and went out. Milik came past a minute behind her with the bag under her arm and stopped because he was standing in the doorway and there was nowhere else to go. "You're in the road." "So I've been told twice tonight." Corrigan moved out of it. "Is that road of yours cleared yet, or are you still all coming up the one?" "Still the one. They've had the second on a list 2 years, and it's under a plant nobody wants shut. The bag went round to the front for the stair. Come down and look at it sometime when it's not an evening for looking at things." "I will." Milik said, and went up the gallery stair among everybody else's people, and the roll came into it from neither of them. Ilse Morrow was at the far end of the rail with her counsel 2 paces behind her, and had stayed to the end of it without once trying to take the room's attention. In 8 years she had never failed to take it when she wanted it. "Member." "Chair Morrow." "One question, and it's the only one my houses have got." The folio stayed under her arm. "When can that room bind anybody? Not what it intends to do. When can it sign a thing that stays signed?" "When it's adopted standing orders." "And when does it do that?" Corrigan opened his mouth and did not have the end of the sentence in it, and Morrow waited for him to find it, did not help, and got no pleasure out of it either. The returning officer had her numbered book under her arm and her seals boxed. "Not from me," she said. "I summoned a poll. There is no chamber in my instrument, and the addendum gives me none, and my commission is out at midnight regardless. The clerk out there is mine until then, and goes back to the root desk in the morning. Then I'll need a clerk." "You will. There's no office on this station whose job it is to give you one, and I've looked this afternoon because I could see it coming." Cade was 2 rows back with her coat on. All of it had reached her, and she offered nothing. "Don't," she said when he turned round. "I've 3 who could do it standing, and every one of them is mine. And the first thing said about you would be that the executive is running on the administrator's clerks. You'd have that for 4 years, and you'd have earned it. That's the right answer, and I'd have taken the clerk." "I know you would," Cade said. "That's why I said it first." A pad of counterfoil paper nobody was going to need again lay on the clerk's table with the officer's pen beside it. Corrigan took a sheet off the pad, asked the clerk for the loan of the pen, and wrote the summons standing up, because the hall had no table at a height a man could write at, and no chair in it he had any business sitting in yet. 29 members of the Assembly of the Cairn to attend in this hall on the 104th at the 3rd bell to adopt standing orders and appoint a clerk of the chamber, his name at the foot. The hour written in beside the day, because a thing without an hour on it gets argued about. Corrigan handed the pen back and carried the sheet down the gallery stair and along the traffic floor to the boards, past the trestle where 2 sworn counters off the voids were still waiting to give their bag in, and pinned it in the free space at the near end, under the chalk, where the sector names were. A lad off the second stall had a tray going up on the other side of it and asked him to shift along a bit, because there were 2 of them working that end of the boards and the light was bad. Chapter 24. The schedule does not move. Ilias had the lid back with his thumb and the burr a hair off the eye when the clerk put her head round the frame. "Not now. It's the assembly, a member, and she's got a paper." "Then it is a member in a corridor with a paper." The burr came in and took the last of the rust out of the green pool of the stain, and the fabrication hand's fingers went white on his own knees and stayed there. "Look at my ear. This is the part where people chase it, and you are not going to." "I'm not chasing it." "You are not chasing it, and your eye is having a go." Ilias came off, set the burr down on its cloth, and let the lid come back. Blink. Both. Again. The water ran out of that side and down the man's face, and he did not put a hand up to it because he had been told twice. "When did it go in?" "Shift before last." "And you had the shield up because—" "Because I wanted to see what I was doing." "You saw." Ilias put the drops in, laid the pad over, taped it corner to corner, and gave him the little bottle out of the drawer with the day written on the label in pencil. "1 in it night and morning, and it will sting, and that is the drops working, not the eye going wrong. Off the arc until I have seen it again. Tomorrow, early, before your shift, and not after it. If you come to me at the end of a day again, I will make a great deal more noise about it than I am making now. And if the pain gets worse instead of less, you come down at whatever hour it is. I've got a mate outside says I'll be wearing that pad for a fortnight. Your mate is welcome to come in and be examined himself if he has that much time." Out he went with the pad on, and the mate started on him before the door had shut, and the 2 of them went off down the banding arguing about it. The member for the voids was on the chair at the wall, with her sleeves down and her hands between her knees, and she came in when she was called and sat on the stool by the bench rather than the chair, and put the page on her knee instead of the bench. Milek, the voids. I know. Your sector sends me more hands than the 2 oldest rings together, and I have had most of them in that room at one time or another. Ilyas washed at the basin and dried off. Let me have it. Milek gave it over. 1 page off the chamber stock with a reference at the head and a short body under it. That this assembly requests the medical section of the Cairn to defer its scheduled patient transfers by 1 week so that the business now before the chamber may be completed before any resident of this station is removed from it in the custody of another party. You have brought me this on the 107th. I know what day it is. So does everybody who put a hand up. Who moved it? A member off one of the new rings. It carried without any trouble at all, and I put my hand up with the rest of them. Requests. There was a good while spent on that word. Then somebody in that room knew what they had not got. Ilyas turned the page over. The back of it was blank. Nobody has ever written to this section from the chamber before. There was no chamber. There is now, and it hasn't done anything yet, and everybody in it can feel that. Milek got her hands out from between her knees and put them on her knees instead. I won't dress it up for you. I'd like you to say yes. There's a man been sat on the bench outside your door since the 6th who can't put his name on a form for his own child, and there's a law nearly written that reaches him, and a week means nobody on this station has to stand at a ramp head and hand a child over to people she has never met. That's all of it. I haven't got a better version. Ilyas read it a second time, at the pace he reads anything with a reference number at the head of it. Before I answer you, when the members said a week, what had they got in their heads? The hull waiting a week, or my list waiting a week? Milek thought about that for longer than the question looked as though it wanted. The list, she said. Nobody said the hull. Right. Ilyas put the page down and reached the folder off the shelf. I have got 2 in front of you. Sit out there, and I will have you after them, and you will have as long as you want. Audrey had the shirt up before the scope was off its hook, because he had been doing this for longer than he could remember and had opinions about people who were slow with it. Ilyas got the bell under and stayed there, and moved it, and stayed there again, and went round to the back and did the same. Same as the last one? Same as the last one. That's what you said in the spring. In the spring, I said a bit less than the same, and I said it because it was a bit less than the same. Ilyas came off and got the shirt down for him. Today it is the same. Nails are the same, lips are the same, and you got up my corridor without stopping at the turn, which you did not manage the time before. I stopped. You slowed. You did not stop, and I was watching for it. His mother kept the bag against her shins and would not set it aside. He's still on it, then, she said. He is still on it. You'd tell me. I would tell you, in this room, on the day, with the pair of you sat where you are sat now, and you would not hear it off a counter or off a corridor. Ilyas put the 2 lines in and dated them. Bring him down the morning before, and I will look at him again, and then he goes up the ramp with the rest of it. My cousin says they strap you to the bed on a ship. Your cousin has never been on one. That's what I told him, Audrey said, with enormous satisfaction, and got his coat. Ibbot came in after him and had the sleeve up before she sat down, and put the right hand on the bench palm up with the fingers half shut, because that is where they lived now. Squeeze. Ibbot squeezed. Ilyas took the reading and kept it on his side of the bench, and she left it there. The hollow between the thumb and the first finger had gone on going, and there was a second one now on the back of the hand, along the line of the bone. Write your name. Ibbot got the stylus into the left, and she had got a good deal better with it, and made a fair job of it in about the time it takes a person to make a fair job of it. That's neater than the last one. I've been practicing in the evening like a child at a school desk. My sister thinks I've gone soft in the head. The sleeve came down. We've got a member now down our stretch. She came round the shift after the poll and asked what we wanted and wrote it in a book. I'll give her that much. Nobody's ever come round the shift before. And what did you want? The pressure doors on the low gallery, same as we've wanted since I started. She wrote it down, and she'll get nowhere with it, and I'd have thought less of her if she'd promised me otherwise. Ibbot got herself off the stool without putting a hand down, because that was still hers to do, and stopped on the way out and said a word to somebody in the queue to shift his feet, and he shifted them. Milek was where she had been left, with the page folded once down its length. Ilyas sat on the second stool and put the folder on the bench between them without opening it. A week off my list is not a week. Then have it out. M.V. Almoner, Master Vate. She calls, she loads, and she goes, and she does not wait on anybody, because there are people at the far end of her run expecting her on a day, and they have got their own lists. Ilyas said it once and did not go round it a second time. The next eligible service is the 233rd. There are 3 scheduled sailings in a station year, and they do not fall evenly. They fall where the run puts them. So the week in that page is 122 days. Milek took that. That's the child. That is one of 3. The section holds 3 places on that hall. I have been in a room with each of the other 2 since you sat down out there. And you are not going to have a word about either of them from me, this morning or any other morning. You could have said that at the start. I could have. You would have had it as an argument. Ilyas put his hand flat on the folder. You have had it as a forenoon instead, sat out there watching my door, and you can count what came through it. Milek looked at the door for a moment, and then at him. Then take the child off and put, "A man came up my banding at the turn of the quarter with that one." Ilyas did not raise it. He put it to me properly, and he had my answer, all of it, and I am not spending the rest of this morning giving it to a second person. It has not got better since. Fair. Ask me the other one. Ask the master to hold the hull a week. Ask him. He is not mine to ask, and I have never once had a hull held for me. And there is an afternoon booked at the far end against the day she births, with a surgeon in it who does nothing else, and when that afternoon goes, it goes to somebody else's child on somebody else's station, and I have no more claim on it than their physician has on mine. Milek sat with her hands on her knees, and did not fill it. Then it's no. It is no. Right. She reached over and took the page back off the bench and stopped with it half folded. I'll tell you what's sad in me, and it isn't you. And I'm going to say it anyway because I've been saying it in my head since the 4th bell, and it's no use to me in there. 4 months, this station has talked about one family. 4 months. I have got people on my stretch who have been waiting on a hospital since before any of it started, and there is not one page anywhere with their names on. I have stood up twice about the pressure doors on the low gallery and had a note taken both times. And I put my hand up for that request with the rest of them and walked it up here myself because somebody said it ought to be put to a man's face. Ilyas had the file on the bench under his hand with a woman's name on the tab, and left his hand where it was. I have not got an answer to that.
I know you haven't. I didn't ask you for one. Milek finished the fold, and did it against the crease it already had, so the page went crooked. I'll take it back down. Write my answer on the back of it before you go, or let me. It will get better in the telling between here and the chamber, and I would rather it went down in a hand that can be read. Milek pushed the page back across, and he wrote on the back of it, standing, in the print he uses for anything that will be read by somebody he has not met. The section holds 3 places on the sailing of the 111th. All 3 are indicated for that sailing and not for the 233rd. The section cannot defer. Then his name and the section number under it. Milek read it twice, rolled it against her leg until it would go in the tube on her belt with the survey tickets, and went off down the banding without stopping at the counter. Doran Corrigan was leaning on the end of it with his coat over his arm and let her go past him before he came in. She brought it then. She brought it. I could have stopped it going, and it would have cost me more than it was going to cost you, so I let it go. Corrigan had his weight on one foot and kept it there. You can have that off me now, rather than off somebody else in a month. And I'm not going to ask what you told her, because I'd only have to hear it twice. Your clerk sent a crate. My clerk sends a lot of crates. I never hear about any of them. Corrigan got the coat over the other arm. They sit afore your morning. That's what I've got, and it's more than I had before the poll. Then go and sit. Den had the hand out on the bench under the lamp, and had said 3 times coming up the corridor that there was nothing the matter with it. Fist. The fingers came in, and the ring finger came in last, and did not close with them, and stood off across the joint where the bone had gone and been straightened by whoever was there, with whatever was to hand. Open. Now grip that, and do not let me have it. Ilias took it off him without much trouble at all, and did the other side, and could not. Say it then. An old break, set late, and set badly, and the joint has taken the consequence. If it had been got at in the first month, it would have come back to you. It was not, and it will not. Ilias turned the hand over, and went along the web of it with his thumb. It will ache in a cold compartment, and it will ache when the pressure goes about, and it will not get any worse than it is. There is nothing in this section for it, and there is nothing at the far end for it either, and I am telling you that once so you can stop holding it under the table. It doesn't stop me doing anything. It stops you lifting a bag off a child, and I have watched you take one off her at that door twice. Den had a look at his own hand as though he had been introduced to it. Right, he said. Out at the head of the banding, the bad light over the section desk was still doing it, and the slip on it had been in for weeks, and one of the reclamation hands had said she would look at it, and had not yet. Sina, walk up to me from the transfer door. Sina came, at her own pace, with the hand going onto the wall rail at about the same place along it as the last time, and staying there for the last of it. And she came into the section head without stopping, and stood in front of him. Was that a test? That was a test, and you passed it, and I am going to write it down. Do they know I'm coming? They have your name, and your back, and the plates of it, and what you eat, and what you will not eat. Ilias crouched to her, because it was that sort of question. By the time you get up that ramp, there will be a woman off the hull with your name in her hand before you have said it to her. Does she know about the bag? What about the bag? He carries it, Sina said, and went back off down to the bench. The transit sheets came out of the drawer 3 at a time, and Ilias did them standing, because they go quicker standing. The boys went in without any trouble. Condition, medication in transit, what he may do on a ladder and what he may not, who meets him. The reclamation hands went the same way, and shorter, because an adult signs for herself, and there is no block on it that asks anything else. The child's had the blocks. Patient, one name. Age at examination in words. Condition and window as certified by this section, reference on the sheet. Custody, the transferring medical service from the ramp head at this station until discharge. Diet,
and what she will not eat, and what she will eat if you leave it in front of her and stop watching her. Persons accompanying. Ilyas got half a line into that block, stopped, ruled it through, put his initials against the ruling, and wrote none in the space under it, because that is what the block takes. Then the last of it, and he wrote that out in full and did not shorten it for the box. A man is traveling on this sailing under the notice at the foot of the transfer order as unverified claimant, reference on the sheet. He is not party to the order and may not consent. He is the patient's father as a matter of body on laboratory pairing taken at intake, and the patient has been in his sole care for 2 subjective years. She settles to the sight of him and to nothing else on this station. It is recommended that she be permitted sight of him from the ramphead through the passage and until she is taken through the door at the far end. Ilyas read it back once, took nothing out of it, and put the day under it. The clerk was at the frame with the pack sleeve open on her arm. 1 copy for the hull? 2. 1 for Master Vite's people, and the second one goes into that man's hand at the bench out there. Ilyas capped the stylus. In his hand, not onto a shelf with his name on the front of it. Chapter 25. The Standard. Then read me the front of it again. I've had it twice off the clerk, and I still can't find myself in it. The clerk had the sheet up before Barak gave her the nod, and read at the pace she had kept since the top of the sitting, slower than anybody wanted, and exactly right. An act to provide for the determination of prospective identity continuity and guardianship where the civil record is absent or defective. Continuity and guardianship. The Deck 12 member stayed on her feet with her copy folded back on itself. I've neither of those wrong with me. What's wrong with me is a date. Names had been printed on card and slotted into the backs of all 29 chairs by a lad out of the works office, and into the 3 at the far end that had nobody to go behind them, and those 3 had stood empty since the 103rd. The public ran down the long side with the members' doors behind them, standing along it at the second bell and thinner now. No platform anywhere in the hall. The foreman had taken his week and got the doors moved and the stanchions in, and the rail along the public side was still bare steel with his chalk marks on the deck under it. Then give me the date and not the grievance, Barak said, because there's 4 clauses to get through, and I'd like to be wrong about how long it takes. You'll have both, Chair, and the grievance is short. The member got her own paper out from under the copy. Deck 12 took a party of us on off a contract hull, and the sector office entered the party on 1 line, because it was 1 line to enter, and the man doing it had a shift to finish. There's a date on that entry for when I came across, and another on the labor side that's a year off it, and neither office will move theirs because the other one won't move first. I voted on the 103rd, and the returning officer never blinked at me. Then I went down to the registry the day after about a lease, and the clerk got to the flag and stopped, and he was sorry about it, and he was right to stop, because there's nothing in his book telling him which of my 2 years counts. And the long title doesn't reach you. Read it at that counter and tell me where I am in it. My child's not in dispute. Nobody's claiming to be me. I'm not asking anybody to bring me back from anywhere. The member put both papers down on the arm of the chair. Corrigan had gone through the long title a dozen times, out loud twice, and had spent all of it on the second half. Chair, before anybody answers her, I'd like it in the book that she's right and that I hadn't got it. Corrigan stayed sitting to say it. I wrote that draft round a case I've been carrying since the winter, and it fits that case very well, and it stops a foot short of half this station's paper. I'd have taken it to a counter next week and been told so by a clerk. Noted. That's not an amendment. Barak did not look up from his sheet. Have you got one? She has. It ought to come off her. Then it comes off her, in a form, or it doesn't come at all. Member, say what you want the clause to cover, and the clerk will put it into words, and then she'll read the words back, and you'll tell this sitting whether they do it. I'm not having anybody's meaning carried across a floor by somebody else. The clerk had already turned to a clean leaf. She had come out of the warden's registry a fortnight ago and had spent most of that fortnight finding out where the Assembly's own paper went, which nobody on the station had been able to tell her. So she had written to the counters and asked them. Records that aren't finished, the Deck 12 member said. Records that say two things at once. Records where the years don't line up on account of where somebody's been. Dates. Whether a person's a resident. Who's in a household. And what a determination does to what's already been done off the old paper. Because I'll not have a lease application quietly turn into somebody's back rent. Is that the lot? Births. Where the order of them isn't known. The member sat down. There's a woman on my stretch with two, and no line anywhere saying which came first. And she has been asked to guess by 3 separate offices. The clerk wrote for a while. Hedda Nassar had a page going on her knee, and kept it going through all of it. Cade sat at the Core South place with her coat over the chair back, and her copy marked down the margin in 2 hands, and had not asked for the floor since the interval. I'll read it as I have it, the clerk said. This act applies to the determination of civil status under records that are incomplete, contradictory, or temporally irreconcilable. A determination under this act may deal with prospective identity continuity, guardianship, date of record entries, unresolved birth sequence, residency, the recognition of households, and which civil effects are preserved and which are waived. Say the date one again. Date of record entries. Then I'm in it, the member said, and so's a good part of Deck 12, and I'd like that in the book as well. It's in the book, because you said it. Barack put his chin at the far side. Objections to the scope as read, not speeches. Nadir Oyalaran had his hand up out of the 8B chair before Barack finished the sentence. Not an objection, a count. Oyalaran had brought no paper to any sitting since the 103rd and had none in front of him now. The clause we came in with this morning was going to land on a handful of people a year. That one lands on everybody whose paper has ever been wrong, and on this station that is not a small number. And there is one senior civil registrar and a counter with a clerk or 2 at it. I'll vote for it. I want it minuted that I said it would queue, so that when it queues, nobody has to pretend to be surprised. Then it's in. Barack marked his sheet. And I'll give the other thing again for anybody who came in late, because people will be reading it back at me for years, and I want it read accurately. The instrument that made this chamber lets a measure go through first reading and be promulgated on the same day where the chair certifies it as needed before a stated date. I certified it at the top of the sitting, and the reason I entered is that this station has no office able to determine a person's civil status, and every day it hasn't got one is a day people stand at counters and get told the truth and go home with nothing. He put the stylus down. What it costs is that there's no second reading, no committee, and no fortnight. Whatever's wrong with this act, the first person to find it will be whoever it lands on. That's so, Nassar said, without lifting her head. Nobody took it further, and Barack called the standard. Clause 2. Clerk, from the head, and take it slowly, because the rest of this act hangs off it. In making a determination under this act, the officer shall have regard to the evidence available, to the continuity of the person's life as lived, to the welfare of any person affected, and in particular of any child, to testimony given and its sources, and to the prospective legal effect of the determination. No one of these shall govern alone, and the officer shall state in the determination how each was weighed. Again, from no one of these. No one of these shall govern alone, and the officer shall state in the determination how each was weighed. The 10B member had his hand up, and had had it up through the second reading, and Barak took him. I'll move an amendment, and I've written it out. He had it on a leaf torn off something and read it standing. No household standing at the date of an application shall be disturbed by a determination under this act. Reason. You'll have mine straight. My wife's first man's hull was closed before ever I met her. There's a floor in our small room I put down myself. The member kept the leaf up in front of him, at the wrong height, so that it covered part of his face. I've been over those 5 limbs since the drafting group put them on a board, and every time I go at them, I can see a clerk on a Thursday with 4 pointing one road and 1 pointing the other, and no telling which afternoon we'd get. So I'd rather a rule that says a thing than a rule that asks 5 questions. That's the reason, and it isn't a better one than that. Seconder. Nobody put a hand up. Along the near side, somebody's chair went back on the deck, and a man reached under it for a bag. Barak have it longer than he had to. Not seconded. It's not before the sitting. Clerk. Moved by the member for 10B, not seconded, and put his reason down in his words. The member sat, and folded the leaf twice, and slid it under the edge of his copy, and nobody on either side of him said a word about it, and Barak called the enclosure. There's a paper lodged against this clause, and the drafting group has had it since the 97th. It came from the investigator at Joint Security under her own hand, with the date and the hour across the head of it. She was asked to give evidence, and declined, and sent the paper instead. It's read as lodged. The 7B member was up on that. With the names in it? With what's on it? With what's on it? Chair, 2 of those are my stretch. There's a woman on 7B who went into a building twice to ask a question and got told no twice. And by the second bell tonight, she'll have a neighbor at her door telling her she's been read out in the chamber. That's likely. Then take the names off. No. Barak had his hand flat on the sheet. A paper with the names taken out isn't the paper that was lodged, and I'll not have this sitting read a different one and call it the same. If the member wants his objection in the book, he can have it in the book. I'll have it in the book. Corrigan stayed down for it. In a stall press behind a curtain on the ramp side, a month and more ago, he had asked the woman who wrote that sheet whether he could print it, and she had told him no, and had given him the reason, and the reason had been the woman on 7B. The clerk read the head of the paper first, because the paper had been written that way. The death entry left standing, the child entered, the 2 of them off the station under their own names, nothing else asked for, and nothing else waived that had not been waived already. Then she read the 5, 1 line to each, flat, the same as she had read everything else all afternoon. Ferric. A finding and a disqualification, ruled off against a death entry in the investigator's own initials. Basso. A seasoned stores and a smaller run written off. A let gone back to the sector office and out again, and children in those rooms now who were not born when he signed for them. Marin. A marriage closed under Duraj's entry, and Duraj on a hull that was closed the year after, and Marin on 7B with a household in it. Saraf. A mother standing on a register as dead. A boy with his aunt on 10B for as long as he can remember, and no line anywhere on this station for what the aunt does at the 6th bell every morning of her life. Kolar. a maintenance order left running against a closed entry, and a household on Ring 3 that has had nothing out of it since. The clerk put the sheet down and said that she had read it in full and that the original was lodged. "That's my account," the trade-upper member said. Barack gave her the floor. The second one, the stores. She had come off her counter to be there, and had the Chandlerly apron on under her coat, and she did not stand up for it. I wrote that off inside the year, because there's nothing else to be done with a debt against a closed entry, and I'd got over it before the winter. So I'll say what I want and be quiet, because I'm the only creditor in this room, and somebody will say afterwards that the creditors were bought off cheap. I don't want it back. If that man comes up the ramp stair alive, I'd have him in my shop, and I'd not raise it. What I'll not have is a clerk at a counter deciding on his own which accounts wake up, because it won't stop at mine. There's houses on the ramp side that'll have a runner down there inside the day with a book each. Write it so nothing revives unless the officer says so in the determination, in writing, and says why, and puts his name under it. Then a house argues with a determination like anybody else, in front of somebody, instead of with me across my own counter, about a debt I'd already forgiven. Is that an amendment? It's the last limb you've already got, Chair. Which civil effects are preserved and which are waived. I want it said that the answer's nothing unless he writes it. The clerk had it in form inside 2 minutes and read it back, and the member said that would do, and put her copy in the apron pocket and left by the near door, because her counter shut at the 4th hour and there was nobody else on it. The maintenance order, the Ring 3 member said, on his feet before the clerk had her book square. Kolars. If that's been running against a closed entry all this time, there's works money been going somewhere, and my stretch has been asking after a second pump fitter since the spring. Nowhere, Barack said. That's the limb. The order ran and nothing moved under it. If Ring 3 wants the works side looked at, that goes to the works office in writing, and it isn't in this paper. The Ring 3 member stood a moment longer with his copy held out, as though the clause might be in it after all, and sat down. Nassar had her hand up before Barack went looking for one. "The ant," Nassar said. 9B. "The fourth one, the boy on 10B. Nassar got up for it and pitched it down the near side rather than at the 6B chair. "The mother's on that sheet, and there'll be a paper somewhere that bears her out. And if she stands up in front of anybody, she wins it before the interval, and nobody in the room will have been wrong. The woman who's raised him has nothing whatever, no household reference, no lease line, no standing to be in the building. So tell me what's in those 5 limbs for her, and don't say welfare to me, because welfare's a word until somebody's entitled to open their mouth." "She can be heard." Corrigan came off the 6B chair to say it. "Any person with a continuing care relationship may be heard by the officer, and the officer has to put in the determination what he made of it. It's in the draft, and it wasn't in the first one. Heard. That's what it gives her. Then she can be heard and she can lose," Nassar said. "And she'll have been heard, and it'll be in writing, and she'll have that to keep." Nassar picked her page up off her knee. "I'll vote for it. It's better than nothing, and nothing is what she's got. But that paper has been in the drafting group since the 97th, and you spent the days of it standing at counters with your name on a sheet, and I'd like it minuted that a member said so to your face while you were still enjoying the office." Corrigan stood a while with that and did not answer it. "Clerk," Barack said, "take her words as she gave them." Clause 3. The office that does it. Noise came up along the near side before the clerk reached the end of the sentence. Interim first instance authority under this Act is vested in the person, for the time being, holding the office of Senior Civil Registrar of the Cairn, by virtue of that office and not by appointment, until a permanent appointment procedure is enacted. Oyelerin was up first again. Then I'll move against it and be short. That counter is a registrar, his clerks, and a queue that goes past the vault door on a lease day. The man has spent his working life entering deaths and leases, and he has never in it had to weigh 5 limbs against one another and write down how he did it. This station has people in it who've run arbitrations for the houses and for the aprons for years. Oyelerin had a hand flat on the chair back in front of him. Name somebody. Name them here, in the open, by a vote of this chamber, so everybody can see who it is and how they got there. Seconder? Hands went up along the near side without any hurry in them, and one of them out of a sector that had voted the other way on the 103rd. Moved and seconded. Against. Cade did not stand and did not raise her voice, and the near side went quiet for her the same as it always had. Chair. Against, and I'd like the reason in the book, because it's the only thing I mean to say this afternoon. The first matter to go under this Act is a matter everybody in this room can name, and half the people at that rail have worked with the man. So if this chamber picks who decides it, this chamber has decided it. Not in a vote about him, none of you would be so daft. In a vote about who. You'd choose well. You'd choose somebody able. And in 4 years, when it suits somebody to say the Assembly picked the man who gave the Assembly's friend his answer, there'll be a minute with all our names in it and nowhere on this station to go and answer it. You'd leave it with a registrar, because he's the one who happens to be there. I'd leave it with a registrar, Cade said. That's my case, and he'd not thank me for it. Nobody chose him. Nobody in this room could have kept him out of it either, and I'd have said the same in the other chair a fortnight ago. Barak waited to see whether Oyelerin wanted it again. Oyelerin shook his head once and sat. Chair. Corrigan got up for it and turned half round so the rail had him too. One thing and I'm done with this clause. I have never met the man. I was born in the rings and I've never once had cause to be at his counter. And I didn't put his office into that draft. The drafting group did, and I was against it for about a day, because I wanted somebody I could go and see. A hand went out flat and came back down. I'd rather this sitting had that off me tonight than off somebody in a fortnight. He wrote to us, the clerk said. Barak turned round. When? The 107th chair. I'd written to the counters to ask where our papers meant to go, because nobody could tell me, and I'd rather ask than guess, and I sent the draft along so they'd know what was coming at them. The clerk had the slip out of the back of her book. He answered inside the hour. There's a correction and a question, and they're both about the form of the entry. He wants to know whether a determination on a date of record goes in as a new line or against the existing one, because his register won't hold to. And he says if it's the second, he'll need the wording off us, because he's not writing it himself and having somebody tell him in a year that he made it up. She put the slip flat. There's nothing else in it. He doesn't say a word about the act. Read me the last line. I would be obliged for an answer on the form before the 110th because I open at the first bell. Nobody made anything of it. Barak put the amendment, and it fell, and the clerk entered the numbers, and the sitting went to the bench. Clause 4. There shall be an independent civil review bench. Its jurisdictions are appeals against determinations made under this Act, and held administrative omissions affecting civil standing or status. Both halves again. appeals against determinations made under this Act, and held administrative omissions affecting civil standing or status. Barack took the 6C handout of a row of them. Short. The delegate stood, buttoned to the throat, and left the stylus on the seat beside her rather than carry it up. The second half. Who put that in? It came off a file the investigator sent the drafting group on the 97th, Corrigan said. 1 page a year for 12 years, with the same words written into the routing field every time by the same hand. Held, no receiving body constituted. I'd read the standard on its own and taken it for enough, and it wasn't. And the thing that told me so was a page nobody had ever read. And the second half takes a thing nobody did. A thing nobody did where somebody's standing is affected by nobody having done it. It needn't be a decision. It needn't be anybody's fault. It has to have been held. The last of it was 2 lines and went through on the nod, because by then the room had been sitting 6 hours, and the thing it did was small. Where a determination has been made under this Act, the person determined or a guardian on behalf of a person under age may apply for restriction of derivative copies of material published in evidence and of civil use material held on the determination. The clerk read it once and looked up. There's a proviso. Read the proviso. Nothing in this section extends to material held under the Wound and Root Authority whose custody is not within the competence of this assembly. That's Halden's, somebody said down the far end, not unkindly.
That's Halden's, Corrigan agreed. We can close our own copies. We can't close hers, and if this room ever tries to, I'd want the member who moves it to say so slowly and in daylight. The delegate had her head slightly over. Then say the rest. Who can put a file in front of it? Any person affected, or any officer holding one. Not a party, not a signatory. Any person affected. A while went by with the delegate still up. Then the stylus came off the seat into her fist, and she sat down with it there, and wrote nothing more that afternoon. And Barack gave the row its time before he took the next hand out of it. A body took the floor after her, and left the folio shut on his knee. Chair. 1 line, and I'd rather give it here than send it round in a fortnight. My government has published a reservation on recognizing civil status created by this chamber. That reservation stands, and nothing I say now moves it a finger's width. A body kept it flat. So here's the practical part, and it is not a favor. A status that can't be read outside this station is worth what the station can enforce, and this station enforces nothing past the throat. If a determination says on its face what it is and what it is not, what it is not, what it decides, what it leaves standing, what it waives, and on what material, then a registrar on Earth or anywhere else can read it and decide whether to honor it, and a fair number of them will. If it says status conferred and stops, none of them will, and they won't be being difficult. They'll be unable. That's the last limb again. It's the last limb put on the face of the paper instead of into the officer's file. It costs nothing, and I want it argued in this room, not coming back at you in 3 years out of a committee I sit on. Ilma Bren had it next and did not stand for it either. Trade lower. This won't take long, and it isn't about anybody in this act. Bren had the copy rolled in one fist and her knuckles still black from the forenoon. There are people out of my sector at sea this afternoon, and hulls past their posting this quarter, and every one of them very likely fine. So I'll ask it once, and I want the answer in the book. Does one word of this alter how a closure gets made, or when, or who makes it? No, Barack said. Say it in full. This act deals with what may be done after a record is made.
It doesn't touch how a root closure is made, nor its date, nor who makes it, and there's nothing in it that lets anybody run a closure faster on the grounds that there's a road back afterwards. Then that's me finished. Bren put the copy down flat on her knee and smoothed it out with her palm. I'll vote for it. That's not a change of heart about anything else, and I'd not like it read as one. It's read as a vote, Barak said. Milek had her hand up at the far end, off the Void's chair, and had not had it up all afternoon. What's it cost? Member? To apply, at his counter. Milek stayed sitting and kept it short, the same as she kept everything short. There's a fee on a lease application, a fee on a household change, and a fee on a certified copy. And on my sector's wage, the certified copy is the reason people go without the other two. Most of my people's paper is in somebody else's handwriting. If this thing carries a fee, then what this chamber has done today is make a good answer available to whoever can pay a shift's wages for it. Barak looked at the clerk. The clerk turned 2 leaves and came back up. Nothing in the draft either way, Chair, so it'd fall to the registry's standing scale, and the registry's standing scale carries a fee. Then I'll move it doesn't. Milek got her copy up off the deck by her boot. Applications under this act without fee, and a certified copy of the determination without fee to the person it's about, not to the houses, to the person. Seconder. Hands enough and quickly. Barak took it on the voices and carried it, and told the clerk to put the member for the Void's name on the amendment, and to spell it right. Otek came in at the last of it, off the 10A chair, with the sitting already at the question. Chair, before you put the 11th in. Put a name to it. Put a date on the front of it. There's a Hull sales on the 111th, and everybody in this room has known that since the winter. And we've sat here since the forenoon, and not one of us has said it out loud, and I'm sick of the politeness. Otek had got up too fast and had a hand down on the chair in front of him. Write in that the first determination under this act comes inside a day. Then nobody can drag their feet, and nobody after us can say the chamber wrote a fine paper and let a man miss a boat with it. No, Barak said. That's it? No? That's it. The instrument that made this chamber forbids us to determine the status of any person, and a date on the front is how you do it without using his name. Barak put his hand flat. And I'll give the other half so nobody has to ask me in a corridor. That registrar opens at the first bell, and he's had the draft since the 107th, and he has said in writing that he'll do it properly. If he does it tomorrow, it'll be because his own file was ready, not because 29 of us leaned on him. Out of order, and I'll not take it again. Then I'll vote for it anyway, Otek said, and I'd like everybody to know I asked. Everybody knows you asked. Clerk, it's in. Barak read the title and the 4 clauses as amended, and asked whether any member wanted them again in full, and one did, and got them, and it took a good while and nobody left the hall for it. The question is that the act as amended be passed. All in favor. Corrigan had counted hands in every room he had ever sat in. He had counted the panel table on the 17th, with his eyes going no faster than they had to, and on the 103rd he had let the returning officer do it and had counted anyway, under the table, on his fingers, and had got it right. Not this one. Corrigan put his own hand up and kept it up until Barak called it down, and looked at the deck between his boots and let the clerk do her job. Against. The 10B member's hand stayed down. The 7B members stayed down and then went up late at half height, and the clerk asked him which he meant, and he said in favor, and she wrote in favor. Carried, Barak said. Clerk, enter the numbers and read them into the book. The clerk read them into the book. Corrigan let them go past without taking one of them in, and went and got them off the book afterwards, the same as everybody else who had not been listening. The certificate took another quarter of an hour, because the assembly had never certified anything, and the clerk had written to the warden's registry a week ago to ask how it was done, and had the answer pinned inside the cover of her book. Barack signed the engrossed text at her table, standing, with his weight on the outside of one boot, and said the words off the pinned sheet without pretending he knew them. Then it came across the table. Executive promulgates. On signature, it's in force, and then it's mine to send. The clerk had the receipt book open at a fresh leaf. Certified copy to every counter on this station that keys a civil entry. The civil registry, the post, the sector offices, the letting clerks. It goes by my hand and through my book. Each counter signs for it, and the hours against each one. Registry first. Before the post, before the sector offices, and nobody carries it about in a bag while they do the rest. Registry first. I'll walk that one down myself before the 6th bell. She put the pen where he could reach it. And it isn't you carrying it, Chair, because there's a woman off the 2nd stall on the gallery stair with a camera on a strap, and she's been there since the interval. Corrigan signed where she put her finger. The pen was hers and dragged on the downstroke. She took the sheet back and got the blotter across it twice rather than once, and put it in the case, and took the case out through the near door with the lad from the works office behind her carrying the rest. The hall emptied off the short end and through the 2 members' doors slowly, in the manner of people who had been sitting since the forenoon. Cade took her coat off the Core South chair and put it on going, and had members round her before she made the door. The foreman came the other way against the traffic with a coil of line over his shoulder, and waited at the head of the bare stanchions until the last of them cleared the bay. "Are you done in here?" "We're done." "Then I'll have my rail up tonight, and you can all stop leaning on my stanchions." The line came off his shoulder onto the deck. "Somebody's put a chair card in upside down at the far end, and it's been like that a fortnight." Corrigan came down to the trade upper end at the 6th bell with nothing in his hands, because there was nothing left to carry. The registry's queue rail was bolted to the deck out in front of the shutter, with a printed card in a frame over it, and the card listed what that counter could do and what it could not. The shutter was half down. A man in his shirt sleeves had brought a stool round onto the public side of his own counter and was working a stack on his knee, and there was a woman still on the rail with a lease folder. "We're shut. I'm doing this one, and then I'm doing my own. There's a slate on the pillar for the morning." "Registrar Anand." "That's me." "Corrigan." Anand looked up long enough to put the name to the face, and went back to the stack. "It came before the 6th. Your clerk brought it down herself and made me sign for it, and she was right to." Anand took a sheet off the top of the pile beside him and set it straight. "I've read it twice. It's better than I was expecting off a chamber that's been sitting one day. There's an answer owing you on the form of the entry." "There is, and I'll have it off your clerk in the morning, because I wrote to her and not to you." Anand turned on the stool. "I'll say the one thing, and then I'd like to get on. 11 years I've had this counter, and I've put most of this station into it a line at a time, and I've never once had to write down why I did a thing. Now I've to write it every time, in 5 parts, with my name under it. That's a great deal more work, and it's the correct way round, and I'd rather it had gone to somebody with more law than me. You'll have whatever the office can—" "I'll have the wording off the clerk." Anand got down off the stool and reached up and took the printed card out of its frame and turned it over, and got a pencil out of his shirt pocket. "This is wrong from tomorrow. It says at the foot that this counter can't determine a person's status, and it's said that since the founding, and there's people on this station who could recite it off standing in that queue. The pencil went along the back of the card in a small, neat hand. I'll have it printed properly at the end of the quarter. Tonight it's a pencil, and people will ask me whether it's real, and I'll tell them it is. Anand put the card back in the frame, back to front, and pushed the frame straight with 2 fingers. Now stand out of my light, chair. That woman's been on the rail since before you came down, and her lease is the last one I'm taking tonight. Corrigan moved along the counter. The woman came up to the rail with the folder open at the page she wanted, and Anand pulled the lamp over and started on it.
Chapter 26. What It Costs to Win. The access room had a survey party in it until the 6th hour, so it was done at the end of the long counter in the middle room, with both presses going at the far wall and Tuma calling a figure across to somebody behind the racks every few minutes. And the 4th is mine, and it is the only one of the 4 that is. Halden had the drawn instrument face down under her palm. I have been through the holdings myself since the first bell, and I cannot find a continuing public necessity for open access to them. Necessity is my finding, and nobody on this station puts a different word in my mouth. Den had both hands on the counter edge. Say the first 3 again. You weren't following. No. Then I'll go slowly and stop me. Halden turned the instrument over and left it lying. 1. The child is a subject of the material. I authenticated her as one on the 52nd, and that finding has been in front of 4 offices since, and nobody has been able to shift it. 2. As of this morning, you are the person who answers for her, and that comes off Anand's determination, which came up this corridor under seal at the 2nd bell, and I read it before I read my own post. It doesn't come off anything you've said to me in this building in 4 months. 3. 3 is the hard one, and I won't soften it. Halden put 2 fingers on the foot of the sheet. Raisa Nazari is dead, and there is nobody anywhere who can be made to stand up for her. Her own registry holds a name, a rating, and a signing on out of here on the 26th of 25. It holds no household, no child, no death. I wrote and asked. Their answer is in the pack, and it runs to 1 sentence. Den straightened up. You wrote to them. I wrote to them. That's mine to do. I told you that in this building, stood up, and you let me finish it. Your letter is yours. I haven't touched it, and I don't want to know what's in it. Halden stayed where she was. I asked 1 registry 1 question in my own name, whether they hold any entry that makes them a party. I gave them nothing, not the household, not the child, not the manner of it. They answered the question I asked, and they still know nothing. And if you'd rather they had the rest of it from you than from a form, write tonight, because they've got the question now, and there may be somebody at that counter who goes looking. Under the far wall, the smaller press stopped, and Tuma put the guard up, and started on the other one. None of those 3 grounds is that you asked me, Halden said. 2 of them are about the child, and 1 is about a registry with nothing in it. You could have gone down that stair on the 52nd and never come back up it, and the first 3 would be exactly where they are this morning. The 4th I made on the holdings, not on you, and not on an afternoon in a room. I know that. You didn't know it on the 52nd. You stood at my counter and told me half of what you were asking for belonged to a woman who was not in the room, and you were right about that, and you asked me anyway. Halden put the sheet straight with 1 finger. Now hear the shape of it, because there are 2 doors here and people will confuse them for years, and I'd rather you had it while the thing is a day old. The Assembly wrote you a right yesterday, and it runs on copies. Derivative material. Anything lodged as public evidence. Anything held for civil use. 4 sets went out of this building on the 52nd, and every one of them is that.
and the right is real, and it's not mine. You get it the same as anybody gets anything. A form, a queue, and a man with a stack in front of him. The source is this building's. There is no vote in that chamber that reaches it, and no clause in that act that reaches it. And if one is ever drafted, I will be in the public seats saying so with my name written down. What I am doing this morning, I do under wound and route authority. Nobody on this station can order it, and nobody can order it back. And what's it do? Halden held her hand flat over the sheet without touching it. Restricted is not gone. Nothing comes off the holding. Nothing is written over. Nothing is destroyed. And any warden of this office who ever uses the word destroyed about wound and route material will find me on the public side of a counter in front of them. You stay a subject and you keep your access. The child stays a subject and keeps hers. She is 7. When she is of age, she applies in her own name from wherever she is standing, and this office answers her, and does not ask you first, and does not tell you she asked. Den had his left hand flat on the counter. He turned it over and set it back. Say that last part again. Halden said it again, in the same words, at the same pace. What closes is the open index and ordinary administrative access. A clerk running a check does not find it. Anybody who wants it comes to this counter and asks me, and I say no. If there is ever a body on this station that thinks it ought to be otherwise, they will have to build a lawful road to make me, and there is not one this morning, and nothing in yesterday's act builds one. Right. That's the grant. Now the part I'm not sparing you. Halden turned the instrument face down again. There was a sheet read out in that chamber yesterday afternoon. 5 names on it, in one man's own handwriting, and he stood up and read it himself rather than send somebody else to do it. You weren't in the room. You won't see it, and it's not mine to hand you. Every name on it is a person this station has already done a version of this to, and 1 or 2 of them aren't people you'd sit down with. And there's a second page, and nobody has written it, and nobody is going to. It's the ones who come up this corridor after you, with a child and nothing on paper, and get told there's material about them in this building and they can't have it. I'll be the one telling them, and I'll be doing it out of an entry made this morning with your name at the head of it. Den had his eyes on the racks past her shoulder. Do they get the reference? Halden put the pen down on the sheet. The ones you turn away, do they get told what it was made under, and whose it was, or do they just get a no off a counter? They get the reference, the date and the hour, because it's an open entry, and a person refused is entitled to know what refused them. Halden left that where it was a moment. That's your name, on a sheet, in this building, for as long as this building keeps anything. If you want it any other way, you'll have to ask me to make it secret. And I wouldn't do that for you, and you wouldn't have the face to ask. No, no. Raven had the pen up, and had not put anything down since the second ground. Do you want it? Halden said. Yes. Then that is the answer I am giving to the request in the book, and it is going in as an answer and not as a favor. Halden signed the foot of it with Raven's pen and put the hour after her name. Raven read it back to her from the top, line by line, and Halden said yes to each part, and no to one of her own commas, and Raven changed it. Den stood while that was done. The settlements book, he said when it was finished. What about it? Copies went out with the sets, and there's the one out there. The copies are civil use material, and your right on copies reaches them. The book is Orum's. It's kept at Orum, by Orum, about people who lived at Orum. And there's nothing in this office and nothing in that chamber that reaches a shelf on somebody else's ground. Halden capped the pen and gave it back to Raven. They've had a line for the birth and a line for the death in that book since the days they happened, and they'll have them for as long as they keep anything, and they're entitled to. You asked me for what's here, and you've got it. That'll do. It won't do everything. Don't walk down that stair believing it has. Raven had the instrument's reference written on a slip before she was asked for it. The holding closes at the 4th hour, she said. The receipts have to come back off the reader first, and there's a bench of them. Can I be in the room for it? Raven put the slip across. There's nothing to see. I'll come anyway. The civil registry counter sat under the boards at the trade upper end, past the vault door and the post, and the queue was out along the rail and round it, because it was a lease day and there had been a promulgation on the board since the first bell, and half the station had come down to find out whether it was about them. The printed card in the frame above the shutter was in back to front. On the reverse of it, in pencil, in a small hand, somebody had written what the counter could do from today. "Is that real?" said a man 4 along the rail, to nobody in particular. "The registrar did it last night," said the woman in front of him. Sina had a hand on the rail and had gone up on the kickboard twice to see the pencil and come down off it both times. She had the deck of cards in her coat pocket with a rubber band round it and a corner of the pack crushed out of True, and she had the spine column on its lace in the other pocket, and she got neither of them out because there was a woman 2 along with a dog on a lead, and the dog had all of her. The queue took most of a bell. At the head of it, the clerk on the second window turned a general application round on the counter and wrote the section number across the head of it in ink, hard, so it went through onto the carbon. "There's no printed stock. There won't be for a quarter, so it's this and my handwriting, and it's good." She turned it back. "Name of the person the determination's about. That's her and you, and they're separate applications even though it's one determination, because the right belongs to the person and not to the household. 2 forms. 2 forms. And no fee on either. Somebody put that in yesterday off the void seat, and the chair took it on the voices. The clerk had the second form up before he asked. Certified copy of the determinations free as well, to the person it's about, which this morning is you and her. I've had 4 people this morning who came down here with a shift's money in their hand for it, and I have sent all 4 of them home with it back in their pocket. And that's the best hour I've had at this counter in 2 years. Den wrote the 4 offices out where she told him: the registrar's counter, the trade side post, joint security, the medical section. The clerk went down them with the stylus and stopped twice. "This counter's own set I can do this afternoon. The post is 40 feet that way, and I'll walk it across myself and get a receipt off their clerk. Joint securities is inside a closed statement file, and that file goes a different road entirely. It's weeks. And it's not weeks because anybody's being awkward, it's weeks because a closed file gets opened by 2 people and one of them's on ring 9 until the quarter." She put the stylus down beside the sheet. "And the medical sections stays live. I'm not touching that one, and neither is anybody else, because their sailing's the 11th, and the physician needs the pack in front of him until she's off this station. Leave that one." "I'm leaving it. I'm telling you so you don't hear it off somebody at a ramp head and think it's gone wrong." Along at the far window, a woman off the rings had the last of a form on the counter and was going down it with her finger, and the clerk on that window took it and stamped the receipt and gave her the number and told her the hour it went up. Lote took the receipt with the hour still being said to her and went off up the boards without stopping to read it, and the next one came up to the rail. At the back of the counter, a man in his shirt sleeves sat at a lamp he had dragged over on its arm with a stack in front of him and a boy from the works office bringing him more of it. "Which one's Anand?" "That one, and he's had no dinner and he won't." The clerk got the carbon out from under the sheet and set the 2 of them together with the corner turned down. He's been at this counter 11 years, and I've never once known him keep a person standing. He kept about 30 of them standing this morning, and he did it on purpose, because he was doing yours and he wasn't going to do it fast." Den looked along the counter for a while. Anand had the lamp pulled round onto a lease folder and was reading with his chin down and one hand up flat to stop the boy talking. Den put the 2 receipts inside his jacket with the rest of the paper. Out on the boards, Sina got a hot thing off the stall by the vault door with 2 hands round it and ate all of it walking, and Den carried the bag. The reading bench had 8 receipts on it in their sleeves when he came back at the 4th hour, and Rav was working down them one at a time and putting each one back in the order it had come out, and she got to the end of them before she did anything else. The access book came up onto the counter, and she turned it back a long way, past the clean pages and the survey party's morning and a run of entries with 3 different hands in them, to the 52nd, and opened it flat with the heel of her hand on the fold. Sina had gone through to the middle room, where Tuma had a game on with her at the end of the press bench and was losing it. "I read the entry I'm answering. That's how an answer goes in." Rav turned the book round to face him and then turned it back, because it was for her to read and not for him. "Request by the subject for restriction of the source material after evidentiary use. Not lost, shut. To everybody who is not the 2 of us. 4 lines and the hour, and under it, the warden has not answered it." "That's what I said." "That's what you said. I had it off you, and I wrote it while you were still saying it." Rav ruled the line under the 52nd entry and wrote the answer against it, the instrument's reference, the authority it came off, the date, the hour, and initialed the end of it, and did not hurry any part of that. The open index stood at the end of the counter in its tray, cards on edge in reference order, with a fiber divider at every 100. Rav went into it with 2 fingers and came out with 1 card and read the face of it once against the instrument in her other hand. The card carried the reference, the class of the material, and the subjects of it typed down the foot in the order they had been authenticated. Den, Sena, Raisa Nazari. Rav wrote the restriction reference on the back of it, in the box printed for that, blotted it with the side of her thumb, and put the card into the box on the shelf under the counter at the back of what was already in it, and got the strap over the box and through the buckle and pulled it down. The tray went back with a card's width of daylight in it where the card had been. Rav closed the gap with the flat of her hand and put the divider back on its foot. "Hour," she said to herself, and wrote it. Den took his hand off the counter edge. In the middle room, Tuma had 4 cards fanned out in one hand, and was being told the rule about the red ones for the 3rd time, and was not believing a word of it. Tuma lost the hand and got up off the bench and made a business of having somewhere else to be, and Sena took the cards off him and let him go. "Are we going down?" "We're going down." Rav came as far as the outer door with them and told Den that the counter here shut at the 6th bell, and that if he wanted anything before he sailed, he was to come and not to send. The corridor ran cold from the 2nd bulkhead on, the same as it always had, and Sena went at her own pace with a hand on the rail, and Den shortened up beside her and carried the bag on the wall side. The trade side had its afternoon on. At the head of the post's stair, a lighter's crew were coming down with their kit, and a man at the top was arguing about a window with somebody out of sight. And the posting screen had the day's sailings on it, and the fault in the 3rd line it had had all quarter. Sena got up 2 treads, stopped, and made him say the rule about the red ones back to her. Den got it wrong, and she made him say it again. Chapter 27. The First Entry. The case came onto the counter closed, with the seal turned round to the public side so that it could be read before anybody's hand went near it. Kesh Anand had brought it up the post stair himself, in his shirt sleeves, with a receipt book under the other arm and nothing on him against the draft off the aprons. The civil registry stood at the far end of the same deck, past the vault door, and in all the years both counters had been open, nothing had gone from one to the other but a query about a dead man's lease, and Sesk had answered that one by slip. Loadmaster. Registrar. Receipt first, and then I want a quarter of an hour off you, and the quarter of an hour is real because I've left a rail full of people to come up here. Anand put the book down flat and opened it at a clean leaf. Read the schedule off the face and go along the enclosures against it before you sign anything. I'm not carrying it back down, and you're not sending a clerk after me at 4 bells. The case was stiffened stock, with a tape across the fold, and the officer's seal pressed into the wafer at the crossing, and the reference ran along the head of it in print, with the hour under the reference in a small upright hand. Sesk read the schedule from the top to the foot. Then he took the enclosures out one at a time and laid each against its line. The warden's authentication under her own seal, with the provenance statement annexed and signed by Locke in the margin as well as at the foot. The medical section's evidence. The claimant's testimony as taken and lodged. The archive packet's reference, and nothing of the packet itself. The paper the investigator at Joint Security had put into the drafting group's hands with the date across the head of it. Each of them was there. Sesk put them back in the order the schedule had them and signed the receipt, and Anand wrote the hour against the signature himself. Now the form of it, and this is the part I came up for. Anand got a folded sheet out of his shirt pocket and opened it on the counter without letting go of it. I had the wording off the Assembly's clerk at the first bell, and it's pinned in the cover of my book, and I'm going to read it to you, and you're going to copy it into yours. If your line and my line say the same thing, this station has one answer. If they say it 2 ways, in a year there's 2 answers, and whoever comes to look will take whichever one suits him, and neither of us will be at these counters to argue about it. Read it. Anand read it. Sesk wrote it out as it came and read it back, and Anand said that was it and took the pencil off him and altered one word. The entry of day 228 is not touched. Nothing goes on it, nothing goes under it, and no hand of yours or mine goes near it. Anand put the pencil down. You open a new line from the day he came ashore. The 2 lines carry each other's reference, and neither one amends the other. My register will not hold 2 dates against one name, so it holds 2 lines, and each of them says on its face what the other is. The child's entry goes under the parent line. It does, and here's the piece I'd have got wrong. The guardian's acceptance is signed at the counter that opens the child's entry, and that's this one, because she came ashore at your window, and the arrivals column is yours. Anand shut the receipt book. I've spent my working life entering people onto a register, and I've never once entered an arrival. I'd have done it at my own counter, in the wrong column, and it'd have been wrong on a screen for years. There is nothing wrong with the column. There's nothing wrong with the column. I'm saying I'd have found a way. Anand got the book under his arm again. Read the 5 parts before you key anything. They're the reason for it, and they're mine. And if a bench ever comes at them, it comes at me. Your part is the head and the foot. I know what my part is. So you do. Anand looked down the counter once, at the queue window and the landing window and the stair beyond them, pricing a room he had no intention of coming back to. There's people on my rail this morning who've been reading the card over my shutter since before I opened. 2 of them have nothing whatever to do with your man, and one of them's been waiting years for somebody to be allowed to answer her. So I'll get back down. Anand went down the stair against the incoming queue with his book under his arm and did not stop on the concourse. Sesk brought the queue clerk down the counter. The block by the ramp. Ask at the door for Den and give him this and nothing else. The post has an instrument under his own name, and he is to come up and he is to bring the child. He'll ask what's in it? He will. Tell him you have not read it because you have not. Sesk put the case square with the counter's edge. And tell him there is no hurry in the hour. He will not believe you, and he will come at his own pace anyway once he has got her up, and that suits me, because I want an hour on this, and I intend to take the hour. The clerk took the message and went down the stair with it. Sesk brought the queue clerk down the counter. The block by the ramp. Ask at the door for Den and give him this and nothing else. The post has an instrument under his own name, and he is to come up and he is to bring the child. He'll ask what's in it. He will. Tell him you have not read it because you have not. Sesk put the case square with the counter's edge. And tell him there is no hurry in the hour. He will not believe you, and he will come at his own pace anyway once he has got her up, and that suits me, because I want an hour on this, and I intend to take the hour. The clerk took the message and went down the stair with it. The determination ran to 4 sheets, and it had been written by a man who had never written one before, and it read like it. Plain, a shade over-explained in 2 places, and correct. The head carried the office and the words by virtue of that office and not by appointment. And Sesk read that line twice, because his counter would be keying off the power in it, and he wanted the power read in his own hands first. The face carried 4 blocks, in this order. What was determined? What was not disturbed? What was waived? What civil effect was revived? And against that one the registrar had written none, and under it no account, order, lease, tenancy, or claim is revived by this determination, and if any is to be revived, it must be by a determination that says so and gives the reason. A great deal more than the block wanted, with somebody's afternoon in the chamber behind it. Under the blocks, the 5 parts, 1 to each, in the same flat hand. The evidence available, and what of it was independent of the claimant, and what of it was not. The continuity of the life as lived, with the settlement's own book set out as a thing written by a party about itself, and the closed moment record set against it as the only material in the file that nobody in the file had made. The welfare of the child, the physician's evidence quoted at length under it, and a sentence saying that the officer had not weighed the sailing date, because a sailing date is not evidence of anything. Testimony, and where each piece of it came from, and who took it, and on what day. And the last part, prospective legal effect, which ran longer than the 4 before it together, and named the paper the investigator had lodged item by item, and said of each one what this determination would and would not do to it, and finished by saying that the officer had written it narrow because he expected it to be read against people he had never met. At the foot, the reference to be carried on the basis line of any entry keyed under it. The hour, the seal. Sesk read the 5 parts through twice and put no mark against any of them. Then he took the Post's copy of the act out of the press, where it had been since the evening before, with his own signature in the assembly clerk's receipt book, and the hour written against his name, and read the clause about the officer and the clause about the counters for himself. The landing clerk came down with the almoner's agent behind her at the counter's end. Ward stores. He wants them work before the gang's meal break, and the window has them after it. How much of it? All of it in one lift, he says. Then he is not having the window moved. because the berth ahead of him is discharging perishables, and I am not putting a fresh gang on a wet apron at the meal break for a man who wants his afternoon back. Sesk did not come off the stool. Give him the window he has got. Tell him I will put extra hands on the lift out of the standing call, and tell him from me that if his stores are not at the ramp head by the evening bell, they go up that ramp in the morning behind a queue of people. He'll want that in writing. He will have it in writing before I close." The agent took it standing at the end of the counter and went off down the stair without being pleasant about it. A bond renewal came up after him and took under a minute. A woman off a tug lodged a discharge, and the landing clerk had it entered and receipted before the woman had her folder shut. Sesk put the 4 sheets back into the case and left the case closed on the counter with the seal side up. "Bring the clerk's chair round to the end of the counter," he said, "before they come up, and not after." They came up after the interval at the tail of nobody, because the stair had emptied for the hour and the trade side had gone quiet as it did between the bells. Den came up first and then stopped at the turn, and came the last of it beside her. Sina had the printed spine column in her fist with the lace short at one end where he had knotted it back, and she took the top treads one at a time with her hand on the rail, and at the top she stood a moment before she went on. "Your clerk says there's no hurry in it," Den said. "There is not." "Then that's the first time anybody on this station said that to me and meant it, and I've had it said to me about 4 times. Den put both hands on the counter's edge and took them off again. "Right. 3 things, and they go in an order." Sesk turned the case round and cut the tape. "Your line first, then your name against hers, then hers. If the first one does not take, the other 2 are nothing, so we do them singly, and we do not do them fast, and you will stop me anywhere you want, and I will go back to the top of whatever you stop me at." "Understood." Sesk keyed the head of it, and the entry opened blank under the register's plate head, and he read each field aloud as he put it in, so that either of them could stop him inside a field and not after it. Prospective continuity, determined by the civil status officer, reference at the basis line. Date of record, day 110 of 2330. Effective from the 6th, the day the survey hall put him ashore. Civil effect, revived, none. Then the line under it, and Sesk read that one twice. The entry of day 228, 2325, is not disturbed by this determination. Den stood with his hands off the counter and read it upside down, and read it the second time as well. It's still there then. It is there, on its own line, correct, and this one carries its reference, and it carries this one's. Sesk keyed the cross-reference, and the 2 lines came up in the same view, and the death entry sat above the new one with its 5 lines unchanged, and the registry clerk's initials still under the basis line where she had put them. Anything that comes at one of them from now comes at both. That's what I asked for. It is what the determination gives you. I am not going to tell you it is a small thing, and I am not going to tell you it is a large one. Sesk brought up the acceptance block. Read it before you put your name on it, and read the foot as well as the head, because the foot is the part that binds you. Den read it where it lay, top line to bottom, and then the foot, and then took the stylus in his right hand. The left had been doing the counter's edge and the coat pocket all morning, and it did neither part of the signature. The name went on short and level, and he did not decorate it. Sesk took the signature and entered it, and said nothing about the hand it had been made with. Now hers. Senna had got herself onto the kick rail with both forearms on the counter's edge, which put her chin about level with the stock, and she had the column laid out flat in front of her along the counter with the slack end of the lace hanging over. "Is it my one now?" "It is your one now." Sesk turned the screen round on its mount and brought it low, so that the head of the entry faced the public side. "It goes in under your father's line. I will read every part of it out as I put it in, and if any of it is wrong you are to say so, and so is he." Sesk keyed the head field and left it alone after that, and went down the rest of them. "Birth date." "There isn't one," Den said. "There is not one, and the field takes a date, and it is not getting a date." Sesk keyed the word. "Unresolvable." That is the word, and it stays in the field. An empty field is a hole, and a clerk 2 years from now fills a hole because a form with a gap in it looks to him like somebody's oversight and he is trying to be useful. A word in it is an answer, and to take an answer out he wants an instrument, and he will not have one. "Could you not put the 6th in it?" Den said it to the counter and not to him. "That's the day we came off the hall, and it's a day that happened, and she'd have something to say when they ask her at the far end, because they will ask her. They asked her at the medical section twice, and she gave them the year of ours both times, and the second one wrote it down wrong on purpose to be kind. It's not me asking you to invent one, it's a day that's already on their screen. The 6th is on the screen, on your line, as the day you came ashore. It is not her birth date, and it will not be made into one at this counter." Sesk did not soften it and did not go round it a second time. A date in that field is a false thing that spreads. The first office that reads it will use it, and the second one will compute off it, and by the time anybody finds out where it came from, it will be older than she is. Den stood a moment with that. "Fair enough." "Authenticated age at entry, 7. "I'm 7, Senna said. "You are, and it is not on my counter because you said so. It is on my counter because the warden's office put it down off a plate. And they would have put down the same figure if you had told them something else." Sesk keyed it. "Date of record, day 110 of 2330. That's today. That is today. It is the day the register has you from, and it is not a birthday, and nobody is going to tell you it is one." Sesk went on down them. "Guardian. Den, prospective continuity, entered the same day. Reference as at the line above. Basis, archive reference, and authenticated testimony." The reading came out of him at the pace he read a manifest, and his own speech sat low against the collar of his throat where the word started, and what the room got was level. "And what's it worth at the far end?" Den said. "That's the only bit I've got left in me to ask. It says on its face what it decides, and what it leaves standing, and what it does not touch, and it says what it was made on. A registrar at the far end can read every part of that and make his own mind up. Some of them will honor it, some will not, and they will not be being difficult with you." Sesk brought his hand off the counter. "None of them will be able to say they could not tell what it was. That is more than anything you have carried into an office since the 6th. "That'll do. The copy of the determination goes to the person it is about without a fee. That is in the Act, and the member for the voids put it there, and it is the first thing that Act has done at this counter. Sesk marked it for the press. I will run it before the evening bell, and it will be in your hand and not on a shelf with your name on the front of it. Somebody else said that to me. Then somebody else was right." Sesk read the entry down from the head to the foot. Every field had something in it, and the entry stood open. "One thing left before I close it." Den took his hands off the counter's edge. "Read the top line back to me," Sesk said. Sina had her forearms on the counter and the column under one of them, and she came up on her toes on the kick rail and got her weight forward, and Den put a hand flat on the counter beside her without touching her. Sina went at it as a child goes at a word she owns and has never had off a screen. The first letter out loud on its own, then the rest of it together, and then all of it again at once and faster to have it properly. Sina, is any part of it wrong? Sesk said. Sina looked along the line once more, at the part of it she could read and the part of it she could not, and shook her head. No. Sesk entered it. Chapter 28. The Manifest. Everything the pair of them owned went into the one bag, and there was room left in it, and Den of the blanket in on top so the rest would not shift about on the walk down. The bunk came apart in 4 and went back against the wall where the spares stood, and the mattress went over the end rail to air, whether anybody wanted it aired or not. Sena had had her coat on since before the first bell, and was sat on the frame of it with her boots on the deck, in the state a child gets into an hour before a thing. Are we going now? Not for a while yet. Not for a while yet. I did, Den said, and got the strap through the buckle. 2 of the engineers came as far as the doorway on their road out, and one of them put a folded card deck on the end of the bunk frame, a proper one off a stall with the corners still on it, and said it was because the other one was a disgrace. Sena had the band off it before either of them was down the passage. Master Belek came along after them with her coat over her arm and stopped in the frame rather than come in. Have you got your paper? I've got it. Then get it out and let me see the head of it. I've watched men find out at the ramp. Belek put her hand out for it and read the top of the docket standing and gave it back. That's right. Everything past that head is the hull's business. She got the coat over the other arm. Her master runs a tight ramp, and he starts calling well before he needs to. Be up there when the first call goes and not after, and don't stand about at the foot of it being spoken to. I'll be up there. You will. Belek looked at the bag once and at Sena once, and went off down the passage to whatever she had on. The banding up to the section was cold from the second bulkhead on, and the fault light on the section side was still going, and the slip for it had been in since before the interval. Ilyas had the pack open on the bench and the transit sheets out of it in a fan, and he came off the stool when they were in the room and put his hand out for her coat. Sit her on the end there. It is her throat and her hands this morning, and it is nothing whatever to do with her back. What's it to do with? A boy with a valve going up the same ramp as her. I am not putting a cold onto that hull. Ilyas got the light off its hook. Open. Sena opened. Ilyas took the light down her throat, and turned her hands over and went along under her jaw with 2 fingers, and asked her whether anybody at the block had been coughing, and got a considered answer. Nobody's coughing. There's a man who snores. There is always a man who snores. Ilyas put the light back. And the ache. Same. Same is what I wanted. He wrote 2 lines and put the day against them. Then he took the transit sheet out of the pack, tore it across, tore it again, and dropped the pieces into the tin under the bench. I have wanted to do that since the turn of the quarter, Ilyas said, and got the clean stock out of the drawer. The new one went down standing, in the print he uses for anybody he has not met. Den stood at the end of the bench and let him get along it. The custody line took a name. Ilyas wrote it out in full and put the determination's reference on the basis line off the slip Anand's counter had run the night before, and checked the reference against the slip a second time and took as long over the second look as the first. And that comes out. Ilyas ruled a paragraph through at the foot and put his initials against the ruling. It was in there to make a stranger behave at a door. There is nobody to make behave now. The consent form came out of the drawer after it. It was the same stock he had put across this bench at the examination, printed one side with a rule at the foot and parent or guardian set under the rule. Den read it where it lay, and then read the foot, and took the stylus in his right. Ilyas took it back, put the day on it and got it into the pack behind the transit sheet. Now the part you will get wrong. Ilias put his back against the shelf and stayed standing. She is off her feet for the run, and she will hate it by the second day, and you will let her hate it. She walks to the heads and back and no further. She does not go up a ladder on that hull for anybody, including a boy on this sailing who will ask her, and he will, because I have had him in this room twice this quarter, and he has an opinion about ladders. Her food goes in front of her, and you stop watching her eat it. You have been doing that since the first fortnight, and it does not help her, and it is not a thing I can write on a sheet. Right. And you eat what they put out at the same hour she does, because I have watched you not do it since the morning I first had her on that bench. And a man who arrives at the end of a run in the state you are in this morning is a man his daughter has to look at. Ilias put the pack straight on the bench. That is the last of my opinions. The rest of it is theirs. Odery was on the bench in the corridor, with his coat done up, and his mother beside him with the bag on her knees, and Ibet was at the end of it, with hers on the deck between her boots, and the three of them had been there long enough to have got past talking. "Is that all of you?" Den said. "That's all of us. There was a man on 7C going to come off the later lest if a place fell," Ibet said. "No place fell. He's still on the 233rd, and he sent word up he was pleased about it, which he isn't." Ottery came in off the banding, with the case under her arm, and put a single sheet flat on the counter and turned it to face the room. Ottery, welfare counter, discharge of an order, and it counts as served from the moment I have read the head of it, so that is what I am doing. The reading took under a minute. The order served on him in this room was discharged from the hour written, its class no longer answering to the facts, and the custody in it went with it. There is a line at the foot, and it is yours. Den signed it. Audie made her certificate out in the service book, took the carbon off it, and put the carbon in his hand rather than on the counter, and got the case shut on both catches. Your copy of the discharge goes to your entered address, and you haven't got one, so it doesn't go anywhere, and there's nothing for you to collect. That's the carbon, and it's the only one there will be. She got the case under her arm. First calls on the boards. They're early with it. Audie went out past the queue and down the banding at the pace she had come up it. The almoner lay at the medical berth on the lower apron with her ramp down and the boards over the window at the ramp foot carrying her calls, and there was a gang on the apron working stores up her forward end and a second one standing about waiting for them to finish. The window was human cut. Sesk had come down for the sailing and had not sent for a stool, so he took it stooped, with the day's outward work on the shelf under the glass and the gray in his hands already up past the knuckle. There were 4 in front of them. Den put the bag down between his boots and waited it out. The almoner's mate had the first of it and wanted a hand off the standing call because one of his own had gone down with something in the night and he was short on the after ramp. You will have one, and you will have him for the loading and not for the run, and you will pay the call rate and not argue with me about the call rate at this window in front of people. Sesk wrote the name and the hour on a slip and put it across. Send him back down my ramp when your gang breaks, and I will have the hour off you then. He'll want feeding. Then feed him. He is a man. A woman came up after the mate with a folded paper she had been carrying long enough to have worn it at the folds, and she got straight to it. They passed that thing in the chamber. My brother had a let on ring 4, and it went to somebody else after he died, and I want to know what I do about it. That is not this window. They said on the boards it was for people whose paper had gone wrong. I do not know what it is for. I key hulls and the people going on and off them. Sesk did not come off the shelf. The registrar's counter is at trade upper, past the vault door, and there is a card in the frame over the shutter with what that counter can do written on the back of it in pencil, and the man who wrote it is behind it from the first bell. Go up there and go early, because there has been a rail out along the boards every morning since the promulgation. Somebody's had it easy off it already, that's what said. Trade upper, Sesk said, past the vault door. The woman went off along the apron with the paper still in her hand, and a man behind her in the queue said something to the back of her, and she answered it over her shoulder without stopping, and the queue moved up. Den stood at the end of the window with the bag between his boots and let two more of it go past. Sesk took a bond and then a discharge off a lighter's woman, and did not go quicker for either of them. Den understood the whole sentence and had done since a frame on the throat side. Sina had got herself onto the low rail at the window end and off it again, and had gone as far along the apron as the first bullard to look at the gang and come back, and gone again. Stay this side of the rail. I am this side of the rail. You are on it.
Then it was theirs, and Sesk brought the docket case up onto the shelf and cut the tape on it. 3 pieces, and they go in an order. The manifest, then the custody line under it, then the outward entry, because the entry keys off the manifest and not the other road about. Sesk got the stylus into the lower thumb and the first 2 fingers. Stop me anywhere. Go at it. The manifest came up with the almoner's head on it and the days' names down it in the order they had come in, and there were more of them than Den had had in his head. Ibit, Ordry, and his mother under him. 4 off the rings he did not know. A man going out on his own business with a rating against his name. Then the 2 of them, one line under the other. Both names in full, Sesk said. A name that gets shortened at a window gets shortened for the rest of its life, and I have watched it happen to people at this one. The custody column had been ruled for a service and took a name instead, and Sesk wrote it in and put the determination's reference along the basis line beside it, and read the reference off the case rather than out of his head, and read it twice. Now the entry. The register came up with both his lines in the same view, the death entry above and the other under it, each carrying the other's reference, and Sesk deed the outward against the lower of the 2. How does it read? Outward, the 111th, 2. Sesk keyed the 2 lines. It carries the reference of the arrival, and the arrival carries the reference of the voyage. 23 went out of this station on that voyage. 14 came ashore off the survey hall. This morning it is 2. That's the lot of it then. That is the column. The field under it took a sector and a domicile. Sesk went past it without stopping and keyed what was there to key. Nothing entered. Nothing entered. There was nothing opened, so there is nothing to close, and I am not putting the block by the ramp in a field that takes a lease. Sesk went on down. Rating. You are not on the trade side's register of hands, and this entry does not put you back on it and does not touch it. You go out of here as a passenger with a determination reference on the basis line. That's what I asked for. It is what you have got. Under the window, the forward gang got the last of the stores off the apron, and the second gang went at the ramp with the barrows, and somebody at the top of it called a figure down and got it back wrong and called it again. Sesk put the docket together, the manifest counterfoil, and the custody slip and the entry's own receipt, knocked the edges of the 3 of them true on the shelf, got them into the case, and got the tape across the fold. Then he put the case through the window. Den took it in his right hand and put it inside his jacket with the rest of the paper. Sesk put his hand up for the next one, a chandler's man with a delivery note and a grievance about the hour, and had the note off him and turned it round before the man had finished the first of it. Then got the bag up off the deck and went along the apron with Sina on the wall side of him.
Ilias came down the ramp side at the first call with the pack under his arm, and did the three of them in the order they stood on his own list, Ibacht, then Odri, then Senna, and gave none of them more of the ramp than the others. Master Veit took the pack at the ramp head himself, standing, with his cap off and under his arm, and the wind off the apron in what was left of his hair, and went down the sheets against his own list in front of Ilias, rather than carry it aboard and do it out of sight. 3. And the child on the custody line with a name against it. Veit turned the sheet round. Yours is the section's reference. Where is the other one off? The civil registry. It was made on the 110th, and the counter it was made at is on the reference. Right. Veit put the pack under his arm. I've carried 3 of these out of here with a service on the line and no name against it, and every one of them cost me an afternoon with a man who had to send for somebody. Veit put his cap back on and called the ramp. The woman off the hull came down for them with the list in her hand and had Senna's name off it before Senna had got to her. That's me. I know it's you. There's only one of you on it. She got the list under her arm and put her hand down for the bag, and Den gave her the bag. Up you go, and hold the rail, and take as long over it as you like, because I'm behind you and nobody's coming past me. Senna took the ramp slowly with a hand on the rail, and stopped once at the turn of it, and went on. Den went up behind the 2 of them, and did not stop at the turn. The transit berth ran off the after end, with seats down both sides, and racks over them, and a bulkhead at each end, and Odri had got the one by the forward bulkhead on the argument that he had been on a hull before, and Senna had let him have it because there was a hatch in the after end she wanted a look at. The ramp came up somewhere below them and went into its seat with a knock that came through the deck and along the seat frames. Then the fans changed over, and the note under the boots was not the note it had been at the berth, and a woman 2 seats down said something about it to nobody and got no answer for it, and the deck shook for a while and then stopped. They cleared the throat at the second call, and in the transit berth there was nothing to it at all, no shift in the light, no change in the note, nothing anybody down either side could have put a hand on. A while after, the mate came through and put the overheads down a stop, and told them all where the water was. Senna had the deck of cards out of her coat with the band still on it. Is it going now? It's gone. That was it? That was it. Nobody even said, Senna said, and got the band off the cards. Den put the bag under her seat with his boot and pushed it back where it would sit. Senna reached down and pulled it out again and set it against the bulkhead by her knee, on the side she could get at it without moving her back, and got the spine column out of the top of it and put that on the seat where she could reach that too, because it was going back to the man it belonged to, and she had said she would carry it herself. Then she put both feet up on the frame and dealt the first hand out along the seat between them. Den left the bag where she had put it. Chapter 29. An Ordinary Morning. That's a swindle. It's bread. It's 2 small ones off the same draw, and the second one's mostly crust. Then eat the crust. You've had the soft off both of them since the 4th, and I've said nothing about it, and I'm saying it now. Tell had her elbow on the board and a piece already gone, and would not be drawn in on either side, and was enjoying herself about it. In the first fortnight she had eaten every breakfast with her head down. Tell had a side in most things now, and it was not often craze. Next door, the welder had come back off his leave with 2 new records and had put one of them on every morning for a week, and the corridor had let him know, and he had gone back to the old ones and kept the new one for last, at volume. The ovens went under it. The baker had a girl in with her since the cold spell, and both trays were up, and anybody on the stretch could tell by the crust which of them had done the morning. Your aunt's had the relay back, and she sent 3, Lot said. They've come in the wrong order. Read the short one last. 2 of them will be about the coat. All 3 are about the coat. It doesn't fit. It didn't fit when it came, and you've had a year of it not fitting. Lot had the small can up and was going round the rim of it with her thumb for the crack that had been threatening since the winter. Say the sleeves are right. Say it in the first line because she's asked twice and she'll ask a third time and then your father gets it. The sleeves are right. Then that's the letter written, and you can do the rest of it about something else. The bunk had been a 4-day arrangement, and then a fortnight's, and then nobody had said anything more about it. Sel came up the stair on his off days and sat for the length of a cup and mended one thing on his road out without being asked. And the household had gone to 3 of everything. 3 coats, 3 bowls, a rack put up for 2, and an argument every second morning about the small can. Lot came back through with her coat over one arm and put an envelope down by Cray's hand on her road to the press. That's yours. The corner of it was still gummed. Cray turned it over. Her own name across the front, one word, and the registry's mark stamped into the flap where a clerk's thumb had gone across it, and nothing on the back at all. Cray held it and waited. Lot got the first boot on against a leg of the chair, and then the second one, and went round the table for her bag and asked Tell whether the small can had been filled or whether it had been stood next to the tap and looked at. It's filled. It's half filled. It's filled to where it goes. Cray put the envelope inside her coat with the fold flat against her chest and got her arms into the sleeves over it. 3 coats on the hooks by the door now. The third hook had gone in at the back end of the winter, off a shelf bracket with the bracket's own holes still in it and 2 of the 4 screws not doing anything. And Sel had stood on a chair to do it and had asked twice whether the chair was one they minded about. "Rack's yours tonight," Lotte said, going down. "I won't be back for the shift change." "I know." "You knew last week and it sat there till the morning." Out on the corridor, the twins from the far end went past in the road, one at a walk and one behind her at a run, in the order they had been going past since Cray could remember. The washing line across the ring passage had come down at last, because the fit-out man had finally come with a notice about it, and somebody had put it back up 2 brackets along, past the end of the stretch the notice named. At the tap, the man from 8 stood forth with his can down at his feet and his hand off it, and knew whose place was in front of him and whose was behind, and had been in that same spot in the order for months. What he had also worked out was that a man who stands about at a tap gets told things, and he put them back out along the stretch by the second bell with his own bit on the end of each of them. "Mind the second landing," he said to nobody. "There's 2 out now." Halfway down, the walkway narrowed by about the width of a person. The lagging on the pipe had gone shiny in a band along the narrow part at about coat height, from 8 years of people going through sideways with the wrong shoulder forward. 2 of the proud fixings at the third door had had their heads ground off after the seamer's coat caught on one of them twice in a fortnight, and the rest of them were still proud because that was as far as the man had got before his shift. A woman had her back against the pipe side at the third door, with a bag held up off the mat, waiting on a trolley coming down the other road. Cray had been 4 the year the ring went, and what she had off it was a wet coat, somebody's hands under her arms, and the lights on the far side of a block door. That winter, Cade's name had come out of the set in the quarters one night, and she had got under the table for it. And Lotte had left her under there and finished her tea, and then come down on her heels and told her the woman on the set was a long road off and had no business on this stretch. The trolley got through. The man behind it came off the ring stair with his hood still up. "Second landing's out again." "It's the same one it always is." "It's been out since before the poll, and there's 2 of them now,
and our own man's got the chair, and I've had nobody down here since." He had stopped square in the road to say it, and the trolley had to go round him. "8 years I've been asking whose it is."
"Then write me the 8 years," Cade said. "Every time you asked, who you asked, and what each of them told you, with the dates if you've got them, and without if you haven't." "I haven't got dates." "Then write it without. Have you got a pencil on you?" "No. Neither have I." Cade shifted the bag onto the other arm. "Put it under my door at Core South. Any hour. There's nobody in it to be disturbed. And I'll ask him for it in the chamber with the boards in." "You'd only be doing that to have a go at him." "I would." "Right then." "You'd have your light either road," Cade said, and got her feet in against the pipe. Cray went through single file with Tell behind her, and went close enough to see into the bag, because there was nothing to stop her. 2 heels of bread, a card of buttons, a jar with somebody's handwriting on the lid, and about a third gone out of it. At the foot of the ring stair, Tell came up level. "That's her." "Yeah. She's smaller than she is on the boards." "Everybody is," Cray said. "Is he going to do it, the light?" "He's not been down here since the poll, my mother says, and my mother voted for him." They went up the first flight past the landing that worked, and the second flight past the one that did not, and there was enough off the passage lights below to see the treads by, and everybody on 6B took that stretch the same, one hand out and along the rail. Bell had been down at the registry twice with his mother, and had the figure for the queue off her, and gave it to the Bay as his own, and got argued with, because his figure was a bell longer than Vesh's mother's figure, and Vesh's mother had been in the same queue. "It's the free copies. There's nobody paying, so there's everybody in the road. My uncle's gang worked the packet on the 110th and got paid short on it, and he's been down there about that as well." "That's not the same counter." "It's the same rail, and it's the same man sending you off it." "There's a woman on the second window." "There's a woman on the second window," Bell said, in the manner of somebody conceding a point he intends to have back before the interval, "and she wasn't on it because the pair of them were both up the far end doing the free ones, and there was one man with a stack and about 40 of us." Vesh got her bag under the bench with her heel. "My mother says it'll be like that till the quarter, and then it'll be like that anyway." Second period was arithmetic. The teacher had the partition open, and a boy from the year below at the far end doing something on his own that she went down to every few minutes, and the Bay had about a third of her. Cray got the envelope out under the bench with one hand and the flap up with her thumbnail. 2 sheets. The second one was writing, 4 paragraphs of it, and she read down as far as a word she did not have and stopped there. The first one had a reference in print across the head and a section number written over it in ink, hard, with the pressure showing through onto the back. Status. Medium pause. Resident. Nothing after it. Cray went back up and read it again with her finger on the line, because the last one had said resident, provisional, and she had read that one about 40 times. Date of record. As arrived. The same 3 words as before. Under them the 2 columns with the rule between, the left one a number on its own, and the right one a day and a year, and both of them still sitting there. Record dates. Both retained. Not reconciled. Birth date. Unresolvable. Mother. Lote. Recognized. Unchanged. Provisional. Closed prospectively. Cray read it down twice. On the second pass, she stopped at the box that had said Guardian on the old one and said Mother on this one, with the same name in it either road, and then at the last line, where she had the word in front and not the one after, and then she was at the foot of the sheet where there was an hour, an initial, and nothing else. The corner of the envelope had gone soft from a night in somebody's coat pocket. Cray was cross about that for longer than it deserved, and folded the sheets back into it along the fold that was already there, and got it inside her coat. Vesh had her boot on the bench rail and was leaning over to see. "What's that?" "It's off the registry." "Is it the—" "It's nothing," Cray said. And Vesh took her boot off the rail and let it go, and got her own bag up onto the bench instead. "I've brought the iron." "You never." "It's in the bottom with a cloth round it, and if she finds it, I'm saying it's my mother's, because it is." Vesh had it half out and put it back. "It won't take a lead here. There's nothing in this bay you can put a lead on." "There's the vent." "There's the vent," Vesh said, in the voice of a girl whose mother works the cultured lines, and who had already been along and looked at the vent. Tell leaned across the end of the bench for the wire, and Cray gave her a length of it, and watched the thumbnail again, all 4 seconds of it, and got about half of what the thumb was doing and none of what the other hand was doing. The arithmetic teacher came back up the bay and stood at the end of it until 3 people had put 3 things away. Third period was the reach, and there was somebody up to take it. The reach teacher had been back since the start of the week, on half-days, and did his morning sitting on the stool with his coat still on. 9 of them got the drawing off the board, and 4 of them got it wrong in the same place, and he went round the bay and put each of the 4 right, and then stopped at the top of the room to get his breath, with one hand up to say he had not finished, and finished it. Then he set them a thing to bring in the morning, something round and something straight, out of their own quarters, nothing off a bench and nothing borrowed, and he would rather the round one was a lid. Bell started on whether a can lid counted as round, and the reach teacher said it counted, and that Bell could bring 2. And there it is. The end. Thank you for listening. Truly. If these hours stayed with you, I'd love to know what you made of it. So jump down into the comments and tell me what you thought. It's the best part of doing this. And this is only one thread of a much larger story. The Fracture Cosmology continues, an entire universe being brought to life on this channel, book by book. Subscribe and you won't miss what comes next. If you'd rather not wait for the next reading, every book is on Amazon, and the link is in the description below, so you can always read ahead. And if you want to go deeper, ship schematics, blueprints, star charts, and companion material for the whole universe, it's all waiting at the website, fracturedcosmology.xyz, linked below. Until the next chapter of the story, thank you for listening, and safe travels out there.